There we go. Spectre, hello there. Hope the Berlin prep is going well. The only thing I need to do is to print out the documents. I should have probably done that earlier today. But I got all the other documents ready to go. Good, good, good. And praise to the train gods. Well, I got a direct connection, so I don't need to worry about anything. Even if the train is late, I shall arrive. Oh, sorry about that. That's still lunch. Moving around in my stomach. Now, the plan is grab a train tomorrow at, I think, something like 12 p.m. Or like high noon train. Let me check real quick. Journey tomorrow, exactly at 12. Going from here all the way to Berlin. And then tomorrow back from 11 all the way back to here. So, there seems to be a strike gonna be happening for the, not for the trains, but for the local transits. Not everywhere, regionally. Brandenburg is part of it, but I don't think Berlin-Brandenburg, as Brandenburg is the surrounding area and Berlin is its own little area. But they might still be in it. It would be a bit weird if they would not be in it, to be perfectly honest. I might also be wrong about that, but who knows about that. But on the plus side, in Berlin, from the Hauptbahnhof to where my hotel is and to where the Dutch consulate is, that's basically walking distance. Let me check that real quick. Berlin, Hauptbahnhof. Definitely, last time around I also walked everywhere because it was just like easy peasy. Alright. Did I actually walk last time? I don't remember. Wait a minute. Let me check the map real quick. No, it should be over here, right? Or was it all the way over there? Where's the Dutch consulate? Was it the other way around? Shit, I forgot. Don't tell me it was down. It wasn't all the way over there, right? Niederländisches Konsulat. Well, that doesn't really help me much. Embassy of the Netherlands. There it is. Alright, it's a little bit further than I expected it to be. Not that much further. Maybe I did take a train the last time around. Who knows? I'll figure that out on my way tomorrow to Berlin, because I got like 5 hours to sit in the train to figure out where the fuck do I actually need to go. But did they move? Don't tell me they moved the... No, I definitely arrived over there. I also kind of misread the map over here. Right in front of the Berlin Central Station, I thought it said Washingtonplatz. But it's Washingtonplatz. So the trains between cities aren't public transport. Well, they are, and they are definitely public. I mean, you just buy a ticket for them. It's not like they're private transport. And you can buy the ticket on the train if you need to. Good. I mean, what else would it be if it's not public transport? Have you ever seen somebody with a private train? I guess it does exist somewhere. Alright, let's get going. Good evening, Twitch! And welcome back to Factorio. Let's continue. What the fuck have I walked into here? There we go. Good. I actually wanted to do a little bit before the stream. I didn't do that. I played Path of Exile. I'm so sorry. Alright. Bounce. Oh, the bounce pads are amazing. We kind of ended up last time over here looking a little bit at Angel's Petrochem. We already kind of set up like a little bit of oil processing over here, but we have not really set up a whole bunch of oil processing over there yet. And for one part, we do need to move over a couple of materials from all the way over here to all the way down over there, or the other way around. It kind of depends on the way we want to make those catalysts. The red and green catalysts, that is. So that we can use them a little bit further down over here. Good. Let's also get rid of all of this real quick. There we go. We don't need this right now. Good. And Amtrak in the US is a private company, so its union could be a different thing from running a bus and stuff like that. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. But then again, American unions are also not really... Well, they are common, and at the same time also not that common at all. Nah, here in Germany, the entire public transport is... What are they called again? I see them strike, and I don't pay them any attention. I'm so sorry. It was not IG Metall. That's die Metaller. It's not IG öffentlicher Nahverkehr. That doesn't exist. They probably have some kind of name. I will figure that out once I see them strike. How about that? Also Deutsche Bahn. Yes, Deutsche Bahn. I mean, that's also the thing. Deutsche Bahn is Deutsche Bahn. I think some of their lines are definitely can be considered local public transport, because sometimes one of the lines is either part of a public transport line, in terms of that you can use your public transportation pass on that line. But I'm pretty sure that since those lines are being operated by the Deutsche Bahn, that if like the Gewerkschaft strikes, that they will not strike. But that is... I'm not that deep into it. I would have to look that up myself. Alright, last time around we also kind of figured out that our entire production over here is kind of stuck because we're not doing anything over here because we are out of sulfuric acid. It's not that we are out of sulfuric acid, it's just that this process over here was kind of stuck, and we also came to the conclusion that it's probably a good idea that we start exporting sulfuric acid from over here, because I'm pretty sure that we are absolutely backed up all the way to the wazoo over there in sulfuric acid, which is absolutely correct over there as well. These over here are currently not doing anything at all, and we are actually wasting quite a bit of sulfuric wastewater over there. So it's about time that we probably just start off with making another train station all the way over there just to transport sulfuric acid. And Zach, hello there as well. Also, at the way at the top, Toyo Yacht, I see you over there as well. And Marina, I hope I said hi. Kraxe, hello as well. Now I should have everybody. And Mikhail on the YouTube side, as well as Rafael, hello there as well. Alright. Now I should definitely have everybody. Alright, we do also kind of need some other train stations over here, because we do need to bring in the slag over here as well, because we're going to be doing the slag processing on this side, whereas we're doing the crushed stone processing on that side. As for the slag, we don't really have that much slag arriving over here yet, but then again, this thing is about to be half full, so I guess it's about time that we set up the slag process as well, so that we can start processing all this slag that's been produced from all these ore sorters over there. Not all of these, actually, only from these three. This fourth one over there is not producing any slag, even though we do have a slag output for it. But that one is not producing any kind of slag. Then the sulfuric acid over there, it's slowly filling up. The train will be ready over there soon, so that will also mean that our science will be moving over here soon again. But nevertheless, I think we should move our sulfuric acid stuff to all the way over there. And I'm kind of guessing that we can maybe place down a couple of train stations all the way over here. I also kind of remember that at the end of the last stream, we kind of said, yeah, we already have a little prepared for that we want to make a oxygen and nitrogen works over here where the power plant is. Because the power plant is producing at the moment the most amount of pollution, and if we kind of want to curb on that pollution just a little bit, then setting up that system all the way down over there and putting it on the train is probably going to be a great idea. So that will be coming in afterwards of that. Also, liquids and trains. It might be almost worth it to try to make some quality fluid wagons over here. There's gonna be one down. Well, actually, there's not really gonna be too much of a downside. Upgrading liquid wagons is probably a very good idea. Because what's the next size up? The next size up is going to be 65k, because it should always be 30%, right? That's usually how it goes, unless they kind of tinkered with the progression in how the upgrades work. But that's the cargo wagon. Every upgrade over there is, 30%. So 65, 80, 95, and the final upgrade is 125k. But we also do get bigger wagons at some point in time. For the liquid wagons, I think it's not really a problem that we just upgrade these and we don't need to worry too much about the schedule. The station might open up a little bit early, but usually liquids do accumulate quite fast, so we don't need to worry about that. On the other side, for things like cargo wagons over here, we do get bigger and bigger and bigger boys over there, with the biggest boy over there having a cargo capacity of 150 slots on Legendary. That's gonna be its own weird thing. Also, this is an armored wagon. Wait a minute. Cargo wagon? Cargo wagon? Cargo wagon? Oh, and then we get an armored wagon, and then we get the upgraded armor wagon. Do you have... That's 80? That's 60? Oh, this is bigger. Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't use the main bus other than personal preference? I find main buses kind of lazy, and they don't really scale well. The biggest downside of a main bus is, especially in things like modded Factorio, is that you have so many things going down the bus that for one, your bus will be super duper wide, and for another, it will just be like a big downstream build. Which also means that you need to find a place somewhere where you can go down a straight path for as long as possible, because you don't really want to put a bend in your bus. Because the moment you need to put a bend in your bus, if the bus is only like, say, 12 lanes wide, which is usually the case if you just do the vanilla one, or the vanilla one I think is 16. Making a bend in a 16 wide bus, no problem. Making a bend in a 32 wide bus, yeah, it's gonna be horrible. Also, things just scale better if you start off of a train ASAP. And as we just have seen over here with the trains, we do get faster trains and we do get higher cargo capacity wagons later on, which we can also upgrade with quality. They also have apparently a max speed, the wagon itself, I just noticed. Was that always a thing? Not quite sure if that was always a thing, but it's nice that we can see that over there. But this will also mean that we can probably stick with our 1-2 train setup for quite a bit and make a kind of more compact turny base than having to run around with like 2 8 trains or 4 16 trains like we did in our previous playthrough. Good. I mean, if you never really played much Factorio and you don't really know how to expand your base yet, a main bus setup is definitely a great choice. Because you basically got everything you need right next to you, and you just pull off the boss whenever you need to. But once you start scaling up into like faster modes, into like making things really, really fast, stuff like that, then a main bus suddenly makes no more sense. And it makes more sense to put stuff onto a train track or something like that and move stuff around with trains. And do the trains have many-to-many routes or just one-to-one for simplicity? This is a many-to-many. We got an entire logic setup over there. Every one of these trains over there is running on an interrupt. So it will just pick up whatever kind of job is available for it. And it will do that job based upon what it can find. Alright. Speaking of trains, we want to make another train station over here. And I kind of have the feeling that it might be about time that we start thinking about maybe upgrading this track over here into a bigger track. There's also a couple of fields in the way, which makes it a little bit more annoying. I'm thinking about it. Does not mean that we're actually going to do it. But first and foremost, we do need to pull off from over there. And I'm going to make... not like that. And I'm going to make the train stations we want to have. Some over there. And let's hope that this is enough. And then we can go back. Yeah, this is mostly the issue over here. So maybe we can do something with that. Let's get rid of this thing. We kind of just built this thing over here as an example of what you can do and not of what you should do. There we go. So we're just gonna get rid of you for a second. There we go. Map. Alright, I'm also not quite sure where the entrance and the exit will be yet. We'll figure that out as we go. Good, step number 1. Maybe the liquid station first? No, the physical station first, because the physical station is going to be closer. That's going to be a requesting station, and it fits. It fits perfectly. I left just the right amount of space in here. Alright. We're going to be ordering in over here. Slack. There you go. Can I explain the signals for pulling them down? Yes. Let's make the station real quick, and then I can tell you exactly why we put the signals down over there the way we do. But for this, we need some more iron plates. Do we still got some iron plates over here? I'm running out of everything. Good. I think there's still some iron plates over there. There sure are. Yeah, we don't need a lot. We just need a bit. And those alien artifacts. However, they managed to make their way on there. Speaking of signals, do we still have enough signals? Let's make a couple more of these. And that should be fine. Then we also need to make one of these depots. We got that as well. Good. Alright, let's put the station real quick. And then we can have a look at the station first. And then we can have a look at the other things. Where were the... Were they in here? Yeah, they went in here, right? Yeah, there they are. All the way at the bottom. Good, you're here. I don't have any of these red inserters. I can make... the amount that I need. Oh, that's a bulk inserter. Bulk inserter with a hand size of 2? Wait a minute, what the fuck is going on over there? Unless we get more inserter hand space, which I probably neglected somewhere. But we did unlock the bulk inserter. Ah, bulk inserter capacity bonus. That's where it starts going then. Alright. But that will be then for later. Technically, bulk inserters over here for the train would be better. But, yeah, we just have not really made them yet in my pocket. Alright, let's get some more iron to finish up the station over there. And then we can have a look at why the signals are being placed the way they are, at least for the system we have going on right now at this moment in time. The system will change later on, once we start expanding the base a bit more. But for now, the way it is going to be good enough. Also, we need to connect you to power, so we can take this power over here. There we go. Now you got some light over there. Now you got yourself an exit over there. You got yourself a radar over there. And one of these over here. Now, the easiest signal, of course, is going to be just a block signal over here to the start and the end of it, just to make this its own little block, so a train can park in there without obstructing any of the other trains. That's going to be the start of it all. Then, we got a station over here. The station is named in a very specific way. It gives us information about the size, about the type, if it's either a requesting or a providing station, and then, of course, what it is requesting or what it is providing. It also is going to get a limit. Its limit will be set by means of an incoming signal, which is the same item that we're also providing over there, just for convenience, so that we don't need to fuck around with different kinds of signal information. We got a radar over here, and then a combinator. The combinator over there just does one thing. It checks both of these warehouses, or these storehouses, or these silos in this case, to see if there is less than a shipment of stuff in its deposits. And if that is true for both of the cases, then it will start to emit a slack signal, which is also the signal that will open up the station, which will also go into the radar system over here. Note, this is a requesting station. Requesting stations use red wires into the radar. Providing stations, which we are going to build one right away. Because, oh, we never made the template for a liquid providing station. I think it's about time that we start doing that, I guess. A liquid providing station, or any kind of providing station, would emit its signal as a green wire into the radar. And the important part why we put those signals into a radar is because the radar, every signal that is connected to a radar is basically a global signal. So every signal you put into a radar, you can get out of a radar as well. Alright, let's put you over there for a second. There we go. And then that's where the liquid station will be. You already get your signals over there. There we go. And there we go. Good. How do trains arrive over here? Well, they will arrive over here via this intersection over here. Important is that we make this a split. This will not work at the moment because this is basically getting bypassed by this route and that route. But once we start putting the signal over there and the signal over there, then suddenly this entire thing over here becomes valid. Let's move you over by one. There we go. So what do these signals do? This is a rail signal. We use rail signals as signal chain terminations. At the moment, how this rail network works, because it's all basically one lane going both ways, whenever a train is going to be entering the shared track section, it's going to always enter via a rail chain signal. And what it's going to do is it's going to reserve all the change signals on the path it's going to take. Like we can see over there, this one is reserved. This one is technically still open. All the signals on the path it's going to take so that it can have a guaranteed path to go there. And it will also only go there if it can enter the shared path, or if part of the shared path is available. It's also very important that we then split the path over here at any kind of intersection with this kind of combination signal over there, because this also kind of means that, for example, this train over there, he's coming back now, good. This path over here, or this block over there, will be blocked, but this block over there will be open, because this train is not going there. So if, for example, a train from over here would want to drive to, say, over there, or the other way around, it can easily do that as well. Good, and we need to do the same thing over here on the other side. So we're gonna yet again make this its own little block. So let's put this one over there and this one over there. If we use the signal highlighting, we can see that this is an entire blue block. So only if a train would be pathfinding its way over this blue block, it will reserve this blue block. But if any train would want to use the yellow block, it could still use the yellow block. And that's basically it. It's just more or less full path chaining from start chain to end rail. That's more or less how it goes. And once we go past the rail signal, since this is directed traffic, we can just keep using our rail signals. And this over here is also directed traffic, so we can still keep using our rail signals all the way up to the point where we enter the shared path, where we then start to use chain signals. And that's basically it. And all in all, it kind of behaves a bit like a Petri net. As on the Petri net, or think about it more like you can also think about it like a checkerboard or something like that. A checkerboard where every element on a board can only be occupied by a single entity, but you can reserve checkers on your board for like many for that same entity, more or less. When is it the first non-chain signal? Yes, pretty much. Wait, what? When is the first non-chain signal? The first non-chain signal? Usually probably over here when trains are running on a path that's only going to one direction. Like over here, we can only go this direction. So this is technically your first non-chain signal. And then we hit a chain signal. The chain signal will then look up the next chain signal, which could be this one, for example, over there. And then the next change signal, which could be that one over there. And then the next change signal, which could be that one over there. All the way to wherever he wants to go until we hit a rail signal. So, for example, if we want to go from, say, over here to over there, the chain signal over there will reserve this one, this one, this one, and this one, while keeping all the other ones unreserved. Interestingly enough, what could happen is that a train paths this way, and the train paths that way, so that we get like traffic from both sides coming in, because that could absolutely happen over here. There's nothing that could prevent that from happening right now. We could prevent it from happening by putting down the chain signal over there, a chain signal over there, and then the rail signal over there. But to be perfectly honest, I kind of like that idea, because we do set these depots up that only X amount of trains can path over here, which is exactly one. So even if two trains come from both sides and they both want to go into there, they are definitely capable of doing that, because we've got space for them over there. So we don't need to worry about that at all. Alright. Also, this train over there is just wasting a whole bunch of fuel trying to resupply something that I think either A, we're no longer making, or B, is no longer has any kind of resupply. But that is a problem for a later date. Okay, we need some more steel over there to make the liquid station. We need materials. We just need materials. So let's pick up some materials real quick. Let's go all the way to the other side. Is there a car around here somewhere? No. We should probably always be driving with a car, because I'm always walking around, and walking around is just taking forever, man. I think there was a car over here somewhere. No. Oh, down there. Wait, man, let's go grab that one real quick. I think this was also the party car with all of the utilities inside. Alright, let's park you over there. We did not get our asset yet. Let's have a quick peek at that. Station should be open. Oh no, we are doing the absolute value over there. Okay, we still need to wait for that then. Alright. Let's pick up some steel real quick. Pum pum pum. That should be enough. That is a little bit too much actually. And some iron plates. There we go, that should be enough. To make the other train station, to make ourselves the pumps that we require. I thought for sure they would be in here. They are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're probably also going to need some liquid tanks for this. How big of a liquid tank are we going to be talking about over here? We could make another Jax tank. A Jax tank is probably going to have more than enough that we need for quite some time. Let's think about that real quick. Biggest type of train car we can get is this one over there. This one over there. Which can hold up to 100k. And at max size, it will be 250k. Since we're going to be spending most of our time with 1-2 trains, we would need to buffer up to 500,000. 2 Jax pressure tanks is exactly what we need for that. So let's make 2 of these. And then we don't need to worry about that. The station entrance of the main rail has normal signals, but the exits have chains. Yes. But don't think about it like that. Think more about it once we want to enter the shared path. Entering the shared path over there requires a chain signal. Exiting the shared path requires a rail signal. What happens over here with the train stations, we could still have chain and rail signals over there if we would need to. But the important part for this system over here, for this type of trailing track over here, is that once we enter the shared path, it's going to be rail chains. And once we exit the shared path, it will be rail signals. And that's also technically how you should always be doing intersections. You might have heard about it somewhere if you've looked up anything for Factorio, if you wanted to do that. But if you want to make any kind of intersection and you just want to make a no worry too much about it type of rail signal setup for that intersection, it's always chain in and rail out. And this is technically just the same thing. You always go into a shared path, which could be an intersection, for example. Let's just make a quick intersection over here. Yeah, let's do something like this. And let's just imagine the following. I'm just going to use an inserter for this real quick. This just gives you the direction how we're going to go. This is the driving direction. So basically this part over there is going to be a shared path. So you just chain in and you rail out. And this way a train will not be able to block the intersection, for example, if something is coming in. Or maybe you have something a little bit more complicated. Maybe you have something like this as well. Then you do something like this. Though, never build it like this. This will be kind of horrible, but just to give you an idea. I mean, whenever you got any kind of shared path situation, always chain in and rail out. Unless you think you know better, then do what you think you know better is. And then probably worry about a while later why things are getting stuck. Yeah, we've not uninstalled the girlfriend mod yet. She's definitely gonna stay, but every now and then we might banish her to the Shadow Realm if she gets too annoying. Like every now and then she's just gonna have to go somewhere else because we might be getting pissed off about her every now and then. Alright, let's make a quick storage bunker over here for the sulfuric acid. How about we place that storage bunker right over there? Did I just... No. I almost thought I managed to get myself punt in the corner over there. We do need a couple more... There we go, of these. You start doing that. Excellent. And then we're gonna need to set up the train station over there as well. Pump, 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 pump. Where's these pumps? There they are. And remember, the intersection continues until the block can fit your longest train on Auto Magic. Exactly. And then there's a couple of things you need to think about. Also, if you're building intersections, don't build them too small. The biggest crux I usually see with people building intersections is that they kind of build the intersection like super duper small. to get the most amount of train in there, or the minimum amount of train in there, it kind of makes a little bit sense in terms of the less shared track you have, the less time you spend on that shared track. That's one of the thoughts that your thought process you get in that. But at the same time, it's not uncommon for a train to having to wait somewhere. And if you have that one little block you've got occupied by a train the entire time, then you basically have a blocked path or something like that. Griffin seems to have toy preferences, some are more than others. Well, maybe, but I'm also throwing them into the fire pit every now and then. Because I need the space, man. Actually, this is sulfuric acid, right? It sure is. There you go. Just do this. Alright, alright, alright. We've not got any more additional power poles. Let's make a couple more. Good. At the same time, we got a little bit of yellow belt. Stop that. Oi. Okay, I don't have yellow underground belt, so we're gonna do the creative thing by going around. One of these should be enough. And also, we can use yellow inserters for this. We're gonna swap you over to the recipe that uses slag. We only need 3.75 units of slag over here, so 2 yellow inserters for that will be more than enough. Just avoid trains when entering O-shaped if one is doing roundabouts already via chaining the entrance. Yeah. I mean, roundabouts are also a thing that are kind of easy to set up, but if you've got like a whole bunch of trains that always take left turns, they're gonna get stuck as well. By the way, this station should be operational already now. I think we do need to add some more trains to the mix over here, because where are our trains at the moment? There's one over there filling up with stereotypes. Where's the other one? Ew. Huh? Oh, there he is. And one over there filling up with the actual stereotype. The other one was stereotype. Alright, alright, alright. You're slowly filling up with sulfuric acid. That is good. We do need your measurement all the way down over there. So we're going to connect you like this. This is still the same power grid. This is still the same power grid. Alright, green wire, go. Yeah, this is not going to be... No, we don't have these anymore. This is not going to be the template for actual... what we're going to be using over there for our liquid station. As this one is still kind of special. And actually, now to think about it, a green wire over here is probably the stupidest thing we can do. Actually, should be a red wire. Red wire, go. Because the green wire over there will be going into this radar. And the red wire will be going in over there. Good. So, what are we going to check over here? We're going to check for sulfuric acid. Where is it? Zulf. The symbol over there. If this is larger than, say... That's a little bit too much. 100,000. We could just write 100k. That also works. I kind of forget that we can just write 100k in Factorio, and it will just accept that. Then we're gonna do sulfuric acid over there as well. There we go. We're gonna give you a name. Not Lawpie. That's the wrong name. You're gonna be 121 passive provider. Actually, we're gonna name you like this station over there, because that is the correct way to name you. We're going to set the limit over there. The limit is going to be set via the sulfuric acid. I kind of have the feeling that the train is already coming over. Because I heard the bleep bleep while we set this thing up over there. No, actually, he's not coming over. Perfect. Can we explain the interrupts? Yes, in a second. Let me just make sure that everything over here is correct to go. But the interrupt is pretty straightforward. It's a very simple system. That does have a small flaw. Not really a flaw, but it does one particular thing that might make things not complicated, but you need to keep that into account when you set it up. But in my opinion, it's not really a flaw. It's more like a weak feature, let's call it like that. In most cases, you will not really have to worry about it, but in certain cases, you might need to worry about it. But yeah, alright, this station over here is ready to go. So, let's go back to the radar system over here. We can see we got a red wire going in and a green wire going in. Green wires are for provisions, red wires are for requests. For example, we are sending out a Slack 1 signal over there into the radar. That goes all the way over here into the depot, where we read those signals. And the only thing we do over here is we're making pairs. This combinator over here has one option, one job, and one job only. It checks all the requests on the red wire. It checks all the provisions on the green wire. And if we have a matching pair, we pass through that particular signal. For example, we got 3 provisions for crushed stone. We got 2 requests for crushed stone, so we pass through the 2 requests from for crushed stone into the depot. The next set of combinators over there only does one thing. This is more or less just a signal split, because we were on map mode. That's why it was going so fast. This is just more or less a signal split, where we split off the liquid signals from the non-liquid signals, because we got trains with liquid wagons and we got trains with cargo wagons. So, for example, a cargo wagon train cannot handle a liquid request, and a liquid train cannot handle a cargo request. So that's what we do over here. Over here, we just got a list of all the liquids we kind of want to split off. At the moment, it's only sulfuric acid, but I can already tell you that we want to add nitrogen to it, because we're going to have a nitrogen train very soon, as well as oxygen, because we're going to have an oxygen train really, really soon. And then we basically do the same thing again as in the previous combinator, with one difference. In the place where we don't want the liquids, we just check if the signal is high on the incoming wire for the signal, and then check if we don't have a equivalent signal on the filter combinator. So basically over here, if there is, this one over there, Start from the beginning. So, list of liquids we kind of want to split off, and you just check that list. If the item is on the list, and the item is coming also in via the combinator, then it must be a liquid, so we don't pass it through. And over here we do the opposite. If the item is on the list and is coming in on the signal, then it is a liquid, and then we just split them off into twos. The no bot discriminates on viscosity. Yep, I discriminate on liquid state. If you're a liquid, I don't like you. As long as you don't put in more trains and stations, it shouldn't lock up unless you screw up the signaling. But that's the thing. That's where the thing goes a little bit weird, because our interrupt over here works by checking up if we are at the depot. By the way, this is the same interrupt for liquid and fluid stations. So the blocks are the same. The only difference is at which station we are. So we check if we're at the depot. We check if our cargo is empty. We check if the providing station is empty. We check if the requesting station is empty. And we check if we even have a signal at all. This is just more or less a safe state, more or less. If all of these are true, then we send the train to whatever the signal is telling us into the provider station and into the requesting station. And here's where it can go wrong. Because imagine the following. We got 4 provision stations and 1 requesting station. The moment we send off the train, this condition will still be true, because this station will not be considered full until the train finds its path going there. Which means if we got 4 provision stations open and 1 requesting station open, and we got 4 trains available, 4 trains will go over to the provider station, and then will try to make their way over at some point in time to the requesting station. Now, I don't really consider this much a bug, because if you already are in a situation where you got 4 or up to 4 or many providing stations and only 1 requesting station, then that's already more or less a signal that whatever you're trying to haul in is going to be something of a high priority, more or less. So we more or less start pre-reserving trains that already bring stuff over there. It's a flaw. Yeah, it's not really a bug. It's a flaw. It's the same how the requesting bots work, more or less. If you request items with a logistic bot, then it can be the case that you get more items than you actually want to request, because sometimes they just bring more, which is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine in my opinion. But it is something you need to keep in mind, because, for example, at the moment we only got like 2 trains. If we would, for example, have now 3 providing ore stations for any of the ores and 1 requester, we could lock up our entire train system because we have too many trains waiting in provider stations and no trains left to set off anywhere else. That's more or less the thing you have to watch out for if you are using this particular system. But after a while, you're gonna have like 10, 20 trains sitting around, and the chance of that happening just gets lower and lower and lower and lower. And then you don't need to worry about it anymore. But at our current state, we do have to worry about that a little bit. If we, for example, would be... I mean, I'm thinking about it. If we would be tapping this Saphirite ore over there and make a station over there, it could be that a train goes over there, a train goes over there, that train goes into its destination, and that train will wait for the destination it actually needs to go to open up, which could take forever. Alright, but that's just to keep that in mind. Alright, did we actually already do liquids over here? You're not open yet. Ah, because we're only checking one of the tanks. We need to check both the tanks. There we go. Good. He comes over right away because he's ready to go. He'll load up. Oh, is she gonna run after us? Oh, it's gonna be great. How full are you? Almost full. Good. He'll now make his way over to the sulfuric acid requester. Which is just down the road over there. We're already there. Perfect. Unload, and this can go again. Now, you do have to read... Maybe there's an option. I actually never checked if there's an option. Now, you only read the contents of a single tank. Usually, I only hook up one of the tanks. Because based upon the amount of tanks we have sitting around, we can assume how much liquid we have in total before we open up. For example, we do that over here, for example. We don't do that over there. In Vanilla Victoria, I usually only hook up one tank because usually I got like 2 tanks. No, I got 3 tanks per wagon. Which means that if one tank is sitting at a full height of something like 20,000 or something like that, then we know it's going to be good enough. An extra buffer is just buffer, exactly. But this should be fine for now. The most important part of it is just that it works again. That's the most important part. And we don't really care much about the rest of it. Alright. With that, we at least got sulfuric acid going, as well as the slag disposition over there. I think we should add a couple more trains to this. Let's add 2 more trains to this and give it 2 more depot spaces. We can do with less depot spaces. But at the moment, I don't really mind having extra depot spaces. We do need to be a little bit creative over there in how we get our liquids in over there, but that's something we can figure out later on. Yeah, let's just get rid of this fuel line for a bit. Let's pick up these real quick. We're gonna redo that in a second. And then... That's one too long. There we go. Two of these. And let's add 1 more. That was train track? What the hell? Alright, let's pick up some train track real quick. That's just over there. Also, I always think we're making lubricant over there, but that's not lubricant. That's something else. Thank you so much for the follow, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. More pocket signals. And there we go. Good. Depot. We're gonna take this wire from over there and put it over there. And then the refueling line. Let's figure that out as we go. Let's see. Fuel into there. Fuel into there. Fuel into there. Oi! Don't unload the train, mate. Fuel into there. That's not gonna work, is it? No. Wait a minute. Let's see. We kind of want to go like this, like that, like that, like this. That's how we want to go. And actually, we could alternate these. Because we got space for both rows over there. Oh, I'm out of undergrounds. Pum, 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 pum. You stay over there, and then you go like this, you go like that, you go like this, you go like that, and that's way better. Because then we can do this, that, this, and that. And then we just move these power poles over by, say, maybe 2. Ooh. Oh, did she get run over? Yep, she did. These power poles are horrible. Technically, we just need to move. And boss, we place you over there, and we need better power poles, man. This is kind of horrible. Not gonna lie. Alright, and then we reconnect you over to the fuel over there. There we go. There we go. Good. Alright. Pocket trains. I guess we mostly need more engines for that. We got a chest of engines over there. Also, research is running again. Perfect. That's enough for one train. Well, I guess we can make one train. What do we need for more of this? Steel, mostly. Half this steel. And you have some of these gears. Make me some engines, please. Is Petronet feasible with mega bases? No. Petronet is feasible in small bases when you start off, but later on you do kind of want dedicated lines. Now, like, the only reason why I'm building it like this is because the base is still very small and we don't have that much traffic going on. But technically, worst case scenario, and we're just gonna look at this very worst case scenario, if a train from over here wants to pathfind all the way over there, it will block the entire track going there the entire time. And that's already not good. Once you upgrade, I mean, once you get to the situations like that, where you got like trains going from one end of the base to the other end of the base, well, it's got like 2 reasons. One, you kind of bullet shit, which can happen quite fast. That's normal. And for another, you will probably then want to more prefer using 2-way lanes or like 2 lanes, one for going in each direction, to make traffic flow further. But at the moment, since we don't really have that many trains, and we do have probably many stations, but since we don't really have that many trains, having like a shared track like this is not really much of an issue. Can you show the toys again? The GF doesn't believe me that the GF gives them you. Here we go. We got condoms. Want to make your love hotter? More climax? This product is your umbrella of protection, made of high-quality materials as comfortable as a second skin. It fits perfectly and it won't interfere with enjoyment. Using it will allows you to enjoy love more confidently without worrying about unnecessary trouble. More importantly, its light material makes you almost invisible, allowing you to focus fully on your love. Whether in a long-term relationship or a one-time encounter, it should be used to allow you to enjoy safer and a more beautiful love experience at any time. Try it out now and make it an essential part of your love life To make your love hotter and more climax. There we go. What do the other things say? Do I really want to know? Alright, here we go. This product is carefully designed and constantly improved crystallization. Okay. Its shape is small and elegant, fitting the body and can bring you unprecedented comfort when used. The materials are excellent and have been rigorously tested to ensure their safety and durability. That one poor lab assistant guy just sitting there the entire time with one of these stuck up his ass. The poor lad. Advanced technology developed by engineers ensures excellent waterproof performance and can be used at any time and any place. Okay, maybe not any place. How about not any place? There's a certain place where you want to use those. In the unique design and high quality materials, we pursue the ultimate experience and bring you unparalleled pleasure. Using this product will enhance your feelings with your partner and give you a better life experience. We believe you will love it and never forget this unforgettable feeling. Until it gets stuck. And then you have to go to a doctor, going like, hey, doctor. Yeah, it's stuck again. What do you mean again? Also, why is there two in there? Well, I tried to pry one out with the other. You know how that works with basketball sometimes? Yeah, they're both stuck. Have we transitioned to this mega base, if you will? Delete this one? No, it's gonna be different. Yeah, let me just build this real quick. I mean, the train tracks will be rebuilt at some point in time. The stations will probably stay, but the main connecting track will then at some point in time will just be upgraded to two-way track. What I usually end up doing is just building the other track right next to this, for example, over here, and then going like step by step and upgrading like one path at a time. Usually beginning with the piece of path I perceive as the most used. Like, if we kind of notice that a certain path is always in use, then that's usually going to be the first path I'm going to be upgrading into two-way track. And then over time, the other paths will be, like, upgraded more and more. But usually things that are going, like, all the way over here to any kind of outpost or something like that, or any kind of fringe location, those usually stay, like, the same two-way single track. And then the core track will be double two-way track, or technically single, double, two-lane two-way track, or two-way one-way track. What's the correct term there? And then later on we can upgrade them to four-way track or four tracks. And will you transition to a city blocks? No, I hate city blocks. I like the organic style way more than city blocks. City blocks is kind of boring. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just find it boring. But sometimes boring is kind of useful, but I just find it boring. Two-lane directional track, one-way two-lane track. Basically, normal track. Let's just call it normal track. Alright, you go to the depot. You go to the depot as well. But I think we must set up as one track each way, yes. But that will come over time. It's not important right now, like I said, because we don't really... who left this blow up tool over here? Because we don't really have that much traffic, but the moment traffic increases, then we need to upgrade our tracks. It's basically like Play City Skylines or anything like that. Like, you can start off with like the most simple road, but the moment you kind of notice that a certain road is in high demand, you just upgrade that road. Alright. Pum. We got some more trains moving around. You are, again, bringing over more... Oh, you don't have a limit? Question mark? What happened over here? Well, we got an extra train over here, but at the moment it's still able to move, so it'll be fine. So will hybrid for a wild start? Yes. And even though later on we get like dedicated tracks, we will still have hybrid tracks later on. So it's gonna stay like that. Like I said, I would rather build things organically and improve where I need to than coming up with a grand plan and then probably just realizing that whatever I started building over there in the corner, I will never use. Or I just build something that's in the way of things. I like when things just come together organically because it's way more fun like that. Alright. Yeah, we need some oxygen and stuff like that over there at some point in time. We also need to make ammonia. That was the whole thing we were kind of thinking about. We need to make that nitrogen system we were talking about. And for that, we need to get all that oxygen together. Let's make a couple more of these. We got those bricks. There we go. We can still make no more of these because we're missing iron plates. Yeah, you can of course also start laying down two-way track right from the beginning. Very true. You can put the effort in right at the beginning. I mean, if you played games like this more than often enough, you probably already know where you need to put all that track, where you think it will need to go. But I just usually start as organic as I can. Okay, I want two more of these. For that we need some more bricks. Grid aligned preferably? Nah, chaos. Absolute chaos over here. If I look at the grid, yeah, it's all over the place. If a blueprint book that's grid aligned and oddly the 90 turn is broken, eh. It's also a thing I rarely actually do. I usually don't really use blueprint books at all. Mostly because I kind of... It's more a personal thing, but if I start using blueprints, even if it's my own, or even if it's foreign ones too much, the game kind of becomes a bit boring for me. Because then it kind of starts feeling a bit more like just a fill-in-the-numbers game, or something like that, where you just sit there and you're going to be like, alright, just paint this over there, paint that over there, do this, do that, and you're done. And then I'm just a bit like, well, that's kind of boring. Well, again, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just, I will start to lose interest in it. You tend to remake the blueprint books each playthrough? Yeah, that's also what we do. I mean, I also don't really use the books, I just throw them in here. That's basically my book. I could also put them in the book, but most of the time, nah, it's not really required. Alright, we need these and those. There we go. Yeah, that should be enough. Let's set up that oxygen making system. We got some chemical plants for that. Well, let's just put down the oxygen makers first. Or the air inhaling machines first. I mean, if we had built more grid optimized, then this power plant over here actually is perfectly optimized. Because we want to put in air gatherers, air purifiers, what the fuck are these called? Air filters. We want to place air filters over there. This chunk, that chunk, that chunk, this chunk, this chunk, that chunk. Probably also this one, and probably also that one. We're probably going to leave these over here open. It will probably make a bit of a funky effect, but that'll be fine. But we want to gather up as much pollution as we can. Also, research is going very fast, so put this in there, put that in there. Do this one. Oh, cliff explosives. Sure, why not? And did I do a sneaky stream a week ago? Maybe. I'm also kind of recollecting that maybe a week ago your sleep cycle was just as horrible as my sleep cycle, and you may or may not have missed that one. I mean, on the 7th stream streak, that would be like 2 weeks ago, wouldn't it? And you made the spot back if there's no edge of space the classic way, by probably just launching a rocket. Actually, how do you win Angels and Bobs? To be perfectly honest, I've got no clue. We'll figure that out as we go. Alright, how about 2 each per chunk? Now let's place them over here a little bit more. That's the reason you brought 2 of the Monster Fridge packs when they were in discount earlier. Oof. There we go. There we go. Yeah, a couple over there. Oh, that's me. I was like, what's blocking me there? It's me. We got 2 more available. We could try to. Well, we can definitely place one on here. And we could try to place one in here. That will be a bit insane, though. Nah, let's not do that. Yeah, we open the stats to see the chunks. These don't... I think over here will be fine. And then wherever we think where the heaviest flow will be... let's look at the map real quick. It's gonna be everywhere, right? We don't have any over here. Let's put some over here. It's distance of 3. Yeah, that should be fine. Did we place any on this corner over there? We sure did. Alright, that should be fine now. Yeah, we usually have the stats on F5, because sometimes we get like lag spikes and then we need to quickly investigate them. But F5 also has the grid on per default, so yeah. Alright. This will definitely be part of the power from the power plant, which does mean we have to be a little bit careful of how we put down our power over there. Which also means that we need to make ourselves some more power poles. There we go. And make some more of these. We also need to get these all hooked up together. We also need to set the recipe. There we go. I'm pretty sure that these at some point in time also get a recipe that eats pollution more actively. I might be wrong about that, but I kind of have a memory of these being actually able to consume more pollution than they do right now. You go for there, you go for there. Oi, there we go. At least we don't need to worry too much about liquid speed in the pipe anymore. So that's something. But yeah, sneaky stream last week. We definitely had... Well, we had a extra bonus stream like last week, Wednesday. After I kind of didn't need to worry about my job anymore. Which I will start looking, or at least I got like 6 hours in the train tomorrow. And I will be bored out of my mind in that train. Even though I am bringing some entertainment with me. But I can set up everything I need on the train tomorrow. Because I'll just take my laptop with me. And I'll have enough time to set up any kind of requests, look at any kind of inquiries and stuff like that. That's gonna be done in the train for 6 hours tomorrow. Good. Yeah, it's about time that we start looking for something new. I mean, I kind of wanted to have at least like maybe like a week or something like off. Just like to get my brain back in order. Which is more or less back in order. Do you like the option of calling around with old coworkers and see what that moved on? I'm actually kind of thinking of maybe just calling up my previous boss to see like, hey, you want to hire me again? Because it was kind of fun over there. Even though they didn't really pay too much. Payment could have definitely been better. And they did some weird business decisions, which also made a couple of people leave, me included. But overall, it wasn't too bad. But then again, how to put it? I'm probably just jaded for my current job. You got laid off or you left? We agreed on, I guess, both. I guess, technically, I got laid off. Because we both more or less agreed that it's just not working out. I'm gonna say it like this. Your CV is ABACADA. I mean, on the plus side, if I do ring up my previous employer, they're gonna be like, hey, you need any more information? And they're probably just gonna ask me, what did you learn? And I'm gonna be like, that some companies are shit. And then they're gonna be like, yep. You got laid off in November too? May have a new gig soon, so fingers crossed. Yeah. The best thing about it, I got like a good severance package out of it. I'm technically still employed by the company I work for right now, all the way up to the 1st of July. So, I'm gonna be hoboing for a bit. Alright, put these in there, put those in there, put these in there. There we go. So waiting on your contract for the perm spot. Your current one ends this March. You might just want to ping them a little bit more. There's nothing wrong being a little bit active if it goes about things like a work contract and actively asking like whoever is writing that for you to like, hey, can we sign this one, please? It kind of depends on the type of personality your employer is. For example, in my previous company, the two CEOs, they were best friends who run a company, but they were also absolutely scatterbrained. They got their work done, no worries about that, but sometimes they kind of forget something that's important to you, kind of remind them, hey, you remember that thing? And then they'll go immediately like, yes, I have not written that one yet. No. All right. Yeah, just hound them a little bit. Don't worry about thinking it might be rude. It's not rude. It's a work contract. And if they promise you something like that, and you're being nervous about it, then just tell them, hey, I'm getting nervous. Can I get this contract, please? Alright. I think I missed something. Oh, the save file. The save file's in the Discord. I didn't update the link yet, but it is definitely in the Discord. And there you go. Let me do this one real quick. Wait, that's the message link. Copy the link, please. There we go. That's the save from maybe last week or something like that. Let me also pin this one over there real quick. Because then that is also done. Here we go. Pin it. There you go. Alright, alright. Good. And then we're going to make the oxygen work over there. How much oxygen do we actually make over here? It's 50 per pop. So we put down 20. That's 1,000 units of liquid or liquid air. Not really liquid air. What is this? Liquid air? Compressed air. There we go. There we go. There we go. Don't worry about the Zaktuki. Sometimes I also kind of just miss stuff in chat. I mean, if you ever pick up streaming yourself, you will probably notice how hard it sometimes is to keep up with chat. Even though chat might not be going fast. The way you sometimes end up reading it is just like you just skip through it most of the time, and then if you miss something, sometimes you just miss it. There we go. Let's just pull this over there. They just don't get it done in time. You will be, yeah. Just ping them. It'll be fine. Alright, how much does this consume? That over here consumes, well, basically one of these consumes a pair of these. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pairs. 9 pairs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I still got 2 in my pocket? I still got 2 in my pocket. So we would need a total of 10 of these machines. Alright. Streamers don't mind ping us again as long as it's spam. Yeah, and there's also a very nifty highlight function in the user rewards, which some people use quite effectively if I miss something. And I do miss stuff the entire time, trust me. There's only so much attention I can pay attention on. Alright. We require more chemical plants. I can make a total of 1. We require more bronze for that. We got bronze over here somewhere. Good streamers. Actually, I do enjoy that I can still keep up with chat as much as possible. I do know some other streamers that are only slightly larger than me, and they don't even manage to reach chat at all. They just sit there and just let it all wash over them, which is always kind of sad. Because interacting with chat is still the best thing ever on Twitch, in my opinion. I also kind of looked up some other things. Apparently, I'm a micro-influencer. Not a nano-influencer, a micro-influencer, because I got enough followers for that. Not that I much care about that either, but it was kind of interesting to get that in some kind of relation. He once got told off for backseating while discussing in chat with someone else. It happened like 5 minutes back. Don't worry about that too much. I truly understand that sometimes people either talk about their own stuff in chat, or they do something else. That's all fine. Also, if they don't give you a salary increase, that will be a new issue. That's always an issue. That makes you a Pico influencer, maybe Yato. The other category was micro, and nano was the one after that. Just don't watch that streamer anymore who actively leave when they're about to be raided. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I see. Bolt is not that short. No, I'm freaking huge. Like when I was in San Diego, and that this is something. Americans are tiny, man. They're all so short. when I was like meeting up with other people over there, I was like, "Man, you're big," and they're like, "No, you're small, man." But I had a lot of fun with all of them. I mean, it's been a while since I mean, TwitchCon is coming up again. TwitchCon EU with Rotterdam, which I'm already looking forward to. Even though there's usually not really that much to get from the con itself in terms of Twitch-related stuff, the thing I usually enjoy the most is just meeting with all the people I know on Twitch and just having a chat with them. That's always the best. No. I will probably not go to TwitchCon North America anymore. I mean, I wanted to do it once, just to get the experience. Overall, the amount of money I spent on it, definitely absolutely not worth it. But it was worth at least once just to be there to see the people on the other side of the pond, as many of them as I could. That was definitely also worth it. But all in all, I mean, if you're in Europe and it's also very different. How to put it? Like, it's really weird to put it into words, but I enjoy Europe way more than America. I'm living in Germany. Also, when I was in TwitchCon North America or San Diego in this case, the beer just tasted bad. I'm not quite sure what it was, but the beer just tasted bad. I'm already looking forward to go to Rotterdam again and have a good beer than whatever the fuck I was having over there at TwitchCon San Diego. And it was not the beer in San Diego at TwitchCon itself. It was the beer everywhere. It all kind of tasted weird. If you have the pipes down, you should now be able to do the up pipe down by just dragging over it. Really? That works? Does it also work with the girlfriend around? You're in Turkey and lots of relatives live in Germany. Nice to meet you. Ah, Turkish. I got yeah. Turkey is an amazing place. Even though it does also have its weird corners, but so does Italy, so does the Netherlands, so does Germany. Every place has its weird corners. We don't talk about the girlfriend. Yeah. Europeans, particularly Germans, shouldn't try to drink your piss water. It was piss water. It was the worst beer I've ever had. I'm not even sorry to say that. It was terrible. Even the Heineken they had over there. It was the special export Heineken, like the Heineken that you basically sell to other countries because you don't really care about them. Even that tasted super bad. Oh, that's a lot of things in there now. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the one of the... There they are. 2 of these, please. Actually, 4 of these, please. American beers was in 2 categories, water and wish it was water. Now, they had a lot of craft beers, and craft beers are usually pretty good. But, how to put it? The taste composition of every one of those was just kind of terrible. And I'm not quite sure what it was. Probably because I'm just used to all the German beers. I'm pretty sure there's a couple out there that are probably very tasty American beers. But at the same time, it just tasted wrong in my opinion. But that could just be me being German or living in Germany my entire life and drinking German beer the entire time. And one over there, and one over there. So, wait a minute. You should be able to do the up pipe, down pipe, but just drag the pipe over it. I don't see that working. You sure about that? Oh, with undergrounds? Alright. It works in that direction. Ah. Yeah, that'll make it easier. Alright, alright, alright. And then we also need this thing over there. And for that we need 2 pumps. Pump, 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 pump. Where are they again? They're over there. And then I can make 1 pump because I'm out of steel. Saves half the clicks. Yeah, kinda neat. Alright. We're now consuming the pollution over here, hopefully. Let's also see if we can find some steel somewhere. Here's some steel over there. So we don't have to go all the way back to the main steel outlet. So we can make that other pump over there. Every pump over there can only transport about 600 units of liquid per second. But I think that will be fine actually, because we are only making... We got 10 of these, so we're making less than 600. So that's gonna be good. I think it must be getting worn out after 1.5 weeks of addicting gaming. I don't really press my mouse button that much in Path of Exile. I usually press Q and E the entire time. And also, like I already said, the character, my build, is very relaxed. Because since it's a pure retaliation build, he doesn't do anything unless he gets punched in the face. Then he does something. Alright, let's not connect them just about yet. We're gonna set up the same thing we've already set up again, but we're gonna build it from scratch one more time. What are we missing? We're missing everything. The need to walk? True, 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 true. Then again, since I sometimes also steal the abilities of my enemies, the moment I steal somebody who has the ambush ability, I'm basically just zip zooming all over. We got some tin in there, so I think the only thing we're missing is some green circuits, right? Yes. Also, we should maybe already see an effect of the pollution being eaten over there. Actually, maybe not. I mean, this only eats 7.2, 14.4 total, compared to the... This is not even enough to consume the pollution of 1 burner heat source. Just to put that into perspective. But it will help out a little bit, because we do need to make oxygen, we do need to make loads of nitrogen, so these two together will help us out with that quite a bit. Alright, you over there, and you over there. Let's see, we're gonna check these. And that's the perfect distance, we're gonna check those. You go to there, and you go to there. Can we rotate these? Yeah, that'll be fine. Looks a bit weird, but that's perfectly fine. Then it looks a little bit less crossover, or is this also fine? We could keep it like this, actually. At least then the wires are kind of parallel. Yeah, let's do it like this. This will be fine. Alright, 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 alright. So, we're going to be measuring over here. We are going to put in a condition over here to vent oxygen. And we did that at the end of the last stream, but I kind of want to do it again, just to have it again in there. We're going to check both conditions on the red and on the green side. We can store a total of 700,000 units of liquid over there. So, if our oxygen is... Ah, wait a minute. I think we did do a mistake with the other one over there. Because... When do we want to vent oxygen? If no, actually, no, we should be fine, actually. We want to vent oxygen. Where the fuck is that? Oxygen. There we go. Yeah, let's put both in there real quick. Nitrogen. Nitrogen. So when do we want to vent oxygen? If our oxygen is high, say we're above 650,000. And if nitrogen is low, say below 10,000. Actually, no, below a shipment size, actually. What is the shipment size? A shipment size is 100k. So if our nitrogen is lower than 100k, which is usually what we can fit into a train, and we got like excess oxygen, then we start venting oxygen, because that will be going in over there, where you will only be enabled if the checkmark signal is present. Same for you over there. Let's can also do this over there real quick. Good. And over here we do the exact same thing, but in the opposite way. And that will be if our nitrogen is higher than 650,000 and our oxygen is less than 100,000. There we go. Then we start venting nitrogen over there. The venting process over here does make some pollution, which is a bit sad and a bit weird, because technically we're just venting oxygen and nitrogen, but at the same time, so be it, so be it. Science is still moving, good. Which means we can now start thinking about making a train station over here, and I think it's now also about time that we start thinking about making a default generic train station over here. Do I still have grenades? Yes, I do. Because we got the default generic train station for our physical inputs, but we don't have a default generic train station for our liquids. So it's about time we start making one of those as well. Good. This is a piece of two-way track. So the trains can come in from over here, for example. And then we make the station over there, and then we can leave over there again. Is the girl for the moon grenades? No, she can juggle them, look. If you throw her a grenade, she will catch it, and once she has 3, she starts juggling it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sometimes she fails that. Most of the time, she starts juggling them, but I guess not today. Also, when she's dead on the floor like that, she looks a little bit like a blow-up doll. There we go. Let's get rid of the evidence. Here we go. Also, let's make sure that... I'll check that in Discord out afterwards. Good. Let's also make sure that these LEDs over there. Good. Sorry about that. Got distracted. All right. Station time. 2 of these. It was an accident. It's always an accident. All right. Let's not make you with a signal, so we can place the signals ourselves. We do need to add some additional pumps. We can make a total of 4. I need more than that. For that we need engines. Alright, let's grab some engines. Ah, Roughguard. That was you, right? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. If you just take the old save file, or the current save file, there's a tin mod in there. That you should just disable, because that's pulling in some new dependencies that will just break stuff for you. And if you really want to use the girlfriend mod, you have to download the one from the GitHub and not the one from the mod portal, because the one on the mod portal is just kind of broken. Or just disable it, because technically it doesn't really do anything unless you really, really, really want to play with it. Well, I guess that's fair. It's either a fork or not updated. No, it's just not updated. Fallen Angel, hello there. Like the mod author, I guess he's busy with other things, or he's just doesn't care anymore. I guess it's the latter. Because there have not really been updates for this in quite some time. But at the same time, it doesn't really need any updates now, does it? Alright, I should have maybe also picked up some pipe while I was up there. But the bigger question is now going to be, do we want to have an internalized liquid storage in here, or do we always want to use an externalized storage? technically, the biggest size liquid train, we already talked about that, is gonna be... What was that? 300,000 in total? That's gonna be you. Technically, at Legendary State, 500,000 in total. 2 of these. If we're ever gonna do that. I don't think we're ever gonna do that. Up to 500,000 if we really want to go all the way up into Legendary. This is 350, which is way more realistic and will probably hold out for quite some more time. Can we get... We can probably press a tank in at the end over there. We will also need the radar over there. Can make one of those as well. And some power poles. Let's do the power poles real quick while wait on stuff to be crafted. There we go. And you at the top. You also need the lamp or two. Not over there. That's where a signal is going to be. Alright. I mean, the tank does kind of fit over there. Somewhat inline. It's a bit at the end of the things, but I guess that's fine as well. Which means we can then take ourselves a combinator. And that same radar. Let's place the radar over there. Let's place the combinator over there. The only thing we need to make sure about over here is that if we do fill up the station over here, we should fill this up, or we should connect to this thing over here with a pump, because if we connect this up directly to one of these, then we're going to be sharing their state as well. Which would also kind of mean that we would have significantly more liquid we need to fill up to make this thing over here operational, but I guess this will be fine. And then we can set the next set of... Yeah, this is a fine distance. We have all the space over here to interact with stuff, and we can even... Yeah, that'll be fine. That should all work. Alright, this is going to be a providing station. So the green wire is going into the radar, and the red wire is going into the station. We are out of research. Sure. Put some random stuff on there. Fluid handling too. Train bounce pads. Oh shit, that's gonna be a thing? What the fuck? Sure, get those as well. Some more bulk and certain capacity bonus. Why not? The storehouse. The farming #1. Automated water transport. There we go. All of these should be fine. Alright, we're gonna give you a name. That name is gonna be the 1, 2. Passive provider. And then since this is going to be, we can just put the oxygen signal in, and once we switch over to the template will be based upon oxygen. So this is going to be the passive provider, oxygen provider. There we go. Your limit over there will be set based upon oxygen as well. We don't need to send anything over into the train. That's not going to be required. That is all done. And then you over there, you're going to check over there for oxygen. And if oxygen is more than, say, 100k, then you're going to emit the oxygen signal over there. There we go. And that should be all that we need. Not this bend over there. And let's keep this one over there. Good. You're going to be the 1, 2 fluid. Where is our lovely tanks? There they are. Let's use the barrel symbol. Fluid. Passive provider station. There we go. That should be enough. We're gonna... No, we don't need to export you. We're gonna set up these things over there. This is gonna be the parameter. It's always gonna be liquids. That's a good thing. Liquids always have more or less the same stack size. So the only thing we need to set is what we're gonna be replacing over there, and that is it. And I think that will be fine as well. Trace of name will be in there. Sure. Let's test it real quick by putting down over here the nitrogen station. Need to begin. Is this all going to be fine? You are set to nitrogen, you're set to nitrogen, you are set to nitrogen, nitrogen. Yeah, it looks fine. There we go, put that thing, say over there. Cool. Alright. That doesn't mean we need to make another of these, but at least now we can start exporting oxygen and nitrogen via the train network. Let's just hope that we don't need infinite amounts of oxygen and nitrogen. We probably will need a lot of it over time. But I'm just kind of hoping that we don't need like infinite amounts of it. If we do need like huge amounts of oxygen, then we're probably going to be better off making like a localized oxygen setup. But for now, we're just going to bring in oxygen via a train. We're also going to need one of these. There we go. Let's also add some more lamps to the mix. There we go. Good. And let's hook them up to one of the power joints over there. Alright. We technically have two radars over there. We don't need two radars over there. What we can do is just wire you over this like this. This always feels a bit scuffed. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Alternatively, to make it less scuffed, we could probably go like this and that. That'll be better. You are connected in there, right? Yes, you are. Alright, we got no more pipe, and we need to make one more Jack's pressure tank, and we also need to connect these guys up, and we probably need like another pump or two, because I think we got only one pump in our pocket, so let's go grab ourselves another pump. And then start filling up the stations, so that we are ready over here to deal with all of that extra oxygen. Is our pollution being handled over there? Not really. I don't really see the effect of the pollution being eaten. We mainly did that over there so that we can curb the pollution a little bit, lower it a little bit, but not completely and utterly remove it. Also, I should go to bed early today because I have to be up early tomorrow. So we're probably not going to be going much after midnight today. So yes, because I have to be in Berlin tomorrow and have to catch a train tomorrow. Alright. We're looking for pumps. And for more pumps, we need more motors. Or engines in this case. And for more engines, we just need more pipes. There we go. Could you make a couple more of these? Could you maybe also do these? There we go. Yeah, this entire place over there is just running out of iron because all the iron has been moved all the way over here already. Which is now working magnificently again. We'll love to see this over here work and operate. Excellent. Technically, we got the tech already in to do the initial level of logistic bots and stuff like that. Also, I think there was one more tech available over here for robot speed, right? Or did I mention that? I probably mentioned that. What I can definitely see is that we are slowly but surely running out over there out of research options. We're already doing this over there. I guess put this one in there, the fluid boiler, that's already in there. Put that thing in there. Alright, we need to wait on those engines real quick. Once we have those engines, we can get the rest going. We do need to deal with this liquid train over there, which, well, at least the acid is being used. Alright, we are mostly here to pick up some steel, there you go, and to pick up some iron. That should be fine. And then we should be able to make some more engines out of that. And engines, pumps I mean. Oh, Pumps Mark 2 are a thing already. And Pumps Mark 2 go the speed we want them to go to. At the moment, 600 is fine, because we're not really making more than 600 of either nitrogen nor oxygen. But I guess later on we do want some higher speeds. Alright. The one thing I forgot the entire way is that we also want to make a Jax tank. We can make a Jax tank. But I can already tell that we probably need to make some more pocket pipe because now we're completely out of pocket pipe. Inventory is full. I got too many dildos in there. What the hell? Yeah, put that in there for a second. Alright, your oxygen, your nitrogen. Good. Oxygen is right over there. We got a pump around here somewhere. Here it is. I'm also out of power pulse. I'm missing so much random shit, man. That's perfect. I like it. I'll take it. This way. There we go. And then we get... Oi! Don't rotate that. Alright, oxygen station is filling up, nitrogen station is filling up, perfect. So we got oxygen and nitrogen available on the train if we need to. Good, why do we do that? Because we technically want to make ourselves some urea. Urea is being made over there. Urea is the combination of ammonia gas together with carbon dioxide. Ammonia is a process we make out of red metal catalyst together with hydrogen gas and nitrogen gas. Hydrogen is a thing we can easiest make out of purified water by just doing the purified water electrolysis. There's also, of course, the option of using electrodes to do so. This will make it go faster, right? It goes twice as fast. About those electrodes, how hard is it to replenish these? We make one over there with a steel plate and a carbon. And then once they're used up, we basically need to wash them in some purified water to get some water back. Okay, it's basically just wash them clean. Which we could do if we think we would need to. For large operations, the electrolyzer electrodes over there is definitely the better way to do that. But for a small scale operation, we might just do the traditional recipe. Because why not? Is it time to dismantle the old ore processing and recycle the equipment? Yeah, at some point in time. We're already picking up stuff when we think we need it. But I don't really want to be spending time on this and actively picking all of this up. Also, we don't have the inventory space for it. And once we are kind of getting into bots, we'll probably let the bots handle this. I was kind of thinking of picking up... Okay, we can pick up the miner. We have one in our pocket. But yeah, this over here is all kind of slowly starving and dying. We don't need to worry about it at all. Alright, hydrogen, stuff like that. Yes, hydrogen. So, the purified water process. If we do some water purification, let's check this one more time. We do make 100 purified water per second. And if we want to electrolyze that, 4 electrolyzers will be able to turn that into 60 hydrogen per second. I guess... the only reason why you probably would want to use the electrodes over there is to have a little bit more control over your power usage, because you would only need half the amount of electrifiers or electrolyzers over there to make this work. How much power does an electrolyzer take? 300 kilowatts. Alright. We're not really gaining much out of that, is it? The chemical plant over there where we need to fix that is another 300 kilowatts. So basically, you're skipping on one building to make a little. Well, it is better. You can't really argue about that too much. It is gonna be better because, and this is also a pretty fast process. But we do need more purified water for the entire process, which would mean we would need to have one more water purifier over there and a water purifier over there. You're not really going to be saving anything on power. You might save like 150 kilowatts. I mean, 150 kilowatts is 150 kilowatts. But I think I'll just skip on the entire electrode stuff, and we either just make the electrolyzers that we need, which is at least 3 of them, actually 4 of them, to make the hydrogen that we need. Speaking of the hydrogen that we need, where was that? That process was in here? That was in here. We want to make some urea gas, and the reason why we want to make urea gas was... Why was that again? There was a plan for this. I didn't write any notes down, so I kind of forgot everything. But somewhere in Petrochem, there was part of a process over here where we needed urea gas to combine that, to turn that into more of our propene. No, it was for the liquid resin. There we go. Liquid resin requires urea gas and formaldehyde. And we just want to make enough liquid resin so that we can make the red chips. That is good. And then the formaldehyde gas, that is... Is it you? That is the catalytic synthesis of formaldehyde. Is there a different way of making formaldehyde? Maybe. Let's check our book again. Formaldehyde. Or let's check resin first. There we go. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is made in a chemical plant, and the only way we can do that is by means of green metal catalysts. Wait, really? Oh, that's aluminum and silver. We don't do aluminum and silver yet. Aluminum and silver, we can get aluminum from Jivolite chunk sorting. But I think we can get aluminum and silver from... this is gonna be 2 different processes. Boo. Silver ore is coming out of stereotype, for example. Then we also get some tin out of that, which will make that a bit better, because then we can use our stereotype as a source of tin. We will get some more... We get some silver out of that. We get some F7 material chunks, the Nua tree. Not quite sure what we need to do with the F7 yet. Bobmonium would be another source, but we don't have bobmonium, so I guess we have to set up stereotype processing. Which does mean that we need to start processing stereotypes. All right. That means we need to wash our crushed stereotype over there in purified water. That will give us stereotype chunks. Stereotype chunks we can then bring over to the sorting machine. We just patch that thing up so that we can then start sending out the silver and the tin to wherever we need. But the washing process will also make us some sulfuric wastewater. Alright. Rietta, hello there. Oh, you got a second account? I see. Alright, so that means we need to set up some ore washing. Where do we do this? We do this in flotation cell. Alright, flotation cells. Yeah, all the way down here. I guess we start flotating stuff then. There is multiple ways we could do that, but I think I'll just make a place somewhere. Maybe even on site. Not on site, no. A place somewhere else, maybe over here, where we do the flotation processing. It would maybe also make sense to do it somewhere over here, because we do get sulfuric wastewater out of it, which we can just dump into this place to start turning that into more sulfuric acid. Yeah, it has to be somewhere close by over here. Maybe just over here. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's do that over there somewhere. And then the bigger question is how fast does this process need to be? How fast do we want it to be? Well, at least as fast enough so that we can process a white belt. Preferably later on a yellow belt. So, 2 of these, well, every one of these machines processes 1 stereotype per second. However, what is our crafting speed for these? Where are they? I'm looking at them and I'm just not seeing them. There they are. Your crafting speed is 0.75. Oh, fuck. Well, 10 of these will exactly eat a white belt, so I guess we're gonna make 10 of these then. Alright, alright, alright. What do we need for more of these? Bricks, which we have. Bronze, which we have. Green circuits, which we can fetch from over there. Also, let me check something real quick. There it is. We can try to set a recipe. And I think if we just set it to the chunk we want, we can then make the recipe we want. There is a thing, however, we have to keep in mind over there. Not everything over here makes the same output. Some of these make fluoric wastewater, which actually is not really much of an issue. Huh. We could make a centralized ore washing system that just orders in whatever it needs. Some of them make nitric wastewater, some of them make sulfuric wastewater, some of them make chloric wastewater. All of them make some kind of geode, which we need to process. What can we do with the geodes? Because the geodes will be a byproduct, which we need to handle as well. Where are the geodes? There they are. So, for example, the stereotype geodes, givolite, stereotype, we get yellow geodes out of that. Used in 2 recipes, we can either douse them with sulfuric acid, which we're probably going to do to turn them into crystal slurry, or we can crush them down into crystal dust and stone dust. The crystal slurry over there, we can yet again filter that into... wait a minute. We can turn crystal slurry into mineral sludge. Or we can turn crystal slurry into crystal seedling. Crystal seedling over there we can then use to make our own gemstones. Or we can just wash it away. What do we do with ruby ore? Ruby ore can then be cooked up into... Wait a minute, used in over there. Raw ruby. Ruby ores into raw rubies. Raw rubies into cut rubies into polished rubies, and polished rubies into ruby laser battery rifle. Well, probably not that. Speed circuit boards. Oh, that's what we're gonna need them. Alright, they go into circuits or in the modules later on. I see. Oh boy. I guess for now, we can try to ignore that for a bit. Because the slurry, we could also just use the slurry over there to turn that into mineral sludge for now. Which I think might just be the better usage for it. But we do need mineralized water for that. Right? How do you make mineralized water? Mineralized water we can make by either just putting crushed stone into water. Alternatively, we can get that out of some of the purification processes. Okay. But I guess stone into water to make mineralized water. And then we can turn this into mineral sludge. And then we can just technically feed the mineral sludge yet again into whatever we're doing over here to make some ores. We do have some ores over here. I mean, technically we got half a train container of bobmonium and spherite. So that will be a thing. Hey, why are you not working? Wait a minute. Oh, no, you are working. You just backed up. Let's fix it real quick. These, now those. They make base ores on that process, so not specific metal ores. Yep. which is actually way better in my opinion, because then you can get more random stuff out of it. You can also make targeted ores out of that. That's the other path. If you want to make targeted ores out of that, then you have to make these catalysts, which you can then use the catalyst over there together with... Okay, no, the catalyst doesn't really make the ore straight away. Never mind. I thought it makes the ore straight away, but I must have been mistaken. Now you can add the catalyst to the sorting over there to improve your output of certain particular ores, where you can then boost your output, for example, into specific ore outputs. Alright, doesn't matter too much. Oops. Okay, you're about to leave. Finally, you've been standing long enough around over there. I was still kind of thinking about this setup over here. If we want to make this a little bit more of a dynamic setup. But I'm not quite sure if we actually want to do that. We could do that. We could do that. We could give it a try. But I kind of have the feeling that we might just bite up too much again of what we want to eat ourselves. But we could give it a try. We can definitely filter out the wastewater by using filtered pipes or filtered pumps to filter out whatever liquid comes out of here. But we can also prioritize this one over there mostly at the moment to be capable of handling any of the sulfuric wastewater recipes, which is the bobmonium, the steratite, and the saphirite. But yeah, let's maybe try to make this... Actually, we want to check if that works before we do that. Hey, put you down again. Do we have a constant combinator in my pocket? I do have a constant combinator in my pocket. Yeah, wire you up one more time. Let's turn you off for a second. We're gonna set the recipe, and for example, we're gonna choose chunks. If I turn you on, you set your recipe. Cool. If I put in a different kind of chunk, yeah, that kind of works. I like that. Alright. But then we can technically also make a bigger sorter that just sorts different things at a higher ratio. There are some things we need to... It's gonna be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, there are some corner points we have to take care of over there. So, what do we need more of this? Green circuits. There they are. Let me sit over there for a bit and let me eat these green circuits over there so that we can make... we're gonna go for a double build then. Not 10 of these, we're gonna go for 20 of these. What is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. We need a couple more. We now need some more bronze. I still got some bronze in my pocket. There we go. 12, 15, 5 more of these. Have some more bricks. That should be it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20. Good. Also, research is still moving on. Do this, do that, do this, do that, do this. We're gonna blast through everything red and green. And then we can definitely make a more dedicated thing over there because we got the space for that over there. So, well, that's all cooking in my pocket. We also need to get rid of some of these. Okay, we got the party bus over there, right? Yes. I think you're already pretty full of various toys. You're not. Okay, we filled up a different car, but let's put all the toys in there for now. There we go. Have some toys. Have some of this. Have some steel balls. You know how to use them, right? Right? And then let's pick ourselves up some boron-based materials. There we go. Some bronze in there. Some copper in there. And mostly what's in there, because we already have all the pipe to underground that we need. Yeah, put those in there as well. Put those bricks in there as well. The lead plates in there. Good. And let's go and design ourselves a dynamic ore washing plant. That will be living over here somewhere. There you go. How many grenades do we have left? Still a bit. We don't have enough grenade damage upgrades yet to blow up these trees in one go. But that's fine. But we have to keep in mind that there's a little bit of liquid gas over there, so we can't build this too high. But that's all the way over there. Let's build it, I guess, over here, and then maybe the train station. Well, we're gonna have multiple train stations. The train station side is gonna be the more annoying part. What we could do is build it over here, do the input over there, and the output over there. That sounds maybe like a better plan. Only downside is there's some rocks over here we need to get rid of. So, chop, chop, chop. There you go. No mercy. Alright. We got all the machines in there. For now, let's ghost it real quick, so that we can have a bit of a look and feel. Let's rotate you around. Let's just set one recipe, just so that we can see what is to be expected. We are going to be putting its own little waterworks to the side over there. That will be making the purified water that we need. The sulfuric wastewater, we're probably just going to send it down over here, where we can then process it. We're not using up enough sulfur over there. Yeah, we're probably still going to send it down over there. And if we can't send it down over there, we will probably just put it into a clarifier. But it will definitely be a good source of sulfur if we need more sulfur. Alright, you do eat items over there at 0.75 per second, so we can do the yellow inserters. We should probably pick up some more yellow inserters, which means we can do something like, say, this, that, and that, and this. Power pole wise, that's gonna be, well, let's maybe try, we could try this. And while we're at it, let's butterfly it. That would be the correct way to butterfly it. You van here, you van here, and you van here. A shared output? There's a slight problem. And that problem is we are getting slightly more items out than we are putting in. So if we feed in... Let's do it the other way around. If we feed in a full yellow belt, or any kind of full belt, we get a half belt back out of it. But we will need to have to balance it at some point in time. Alright, but this one over there is 0.75, 1.5. This is 3. This is 6. And that's actually already too much, so that needs to go. Don't need this. We don't need that. And then once we're at number 3 over there, what we can just do is do something like this and do something like that. That will automatically balance you in the correct way. Same thing over there. And then we need to balance you properly at the end. Because what this over here does is just make sure that some of the items... No, actually this is kind of bullshit, never mind. Let's move you back by 1. This makes it a bit better. This is kind of shit. It will still be kind of unbalanced, but once we then move these two belts together... Don't place it. Ah. It's gonna be an issue over here. We're gonna have some fun with these. No lane control? I don't really want to do lane control. I think we could do that, but I'm not the biggest fan of Bob's inserters. It makes it a bit too easy. It takes too much out of the fun problem of having inserters go weird. You know? Again, that's just me. That's just me being stupid. Warehouse, ship and ship. But there's definitely gonna be something interesting going on over here. Because we need to sort out the geodes in this dynamic machine from the chunks. Which means we need to set your filter over there. Your output priority will always be the same, but your filter will be dynamic. We can't do that. You can, since a recent update, you can wire these up now, which is great. But we need to... What we could do... Ooh, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of this. I'm looking forward to it. What we could do is we could put down a combinator like this. We can read both belts. Read, hold, all belts. Actually, read, sorry, there we go. Read, hold, all belts. That was correct. Sorry, I mistook it for this one over there. We're reading both belts over there, the entire belt. And then we're going to have a constant combinator over there. And over there. We're going to have two conditions, and it's just going to be each high output one of each. What we're going to put in over there is going to be the geodes. There they are. All of them. Where are they? They are in here, right? There they are. Give me all the geodes there and there. We're not gonna worry with quality yet, so we don't need to worry about it too much. Good. You're gonna then push that into there. We're gonna set the filter with your output, which means the geodes will be on this lane and the chunks will be on that lane. What will happen if we've got multiple different geodes on there? Fuck. That could technically happen. The only time that would happen is if we are about to swap. Like, if we are about to swap from whatever you're doing into the next set of operations. We might need a little bit of state control on here. Because technically, if we want to swap this, yeah, we can definitely put some state control in here. So let's double you down, because we kind of wanted to make you bigger. Yeah, let's give you some space. There we go. Because technically, these could both be individual machines. Like, completely individual machines. We're going to have an input. The input will tell us exactly what we're going to be doing over there. Yes. For that, we're going to have to... Well, let's wire these all together real quick. There we go. We're going to set the recipe. But we're also going to... read working. What we didn't try is we did do something kind of weird over there. Let's give this one more try over there with you. Set recipe, and over here, instead of this, we're gonna use that. Yeah, that will not trigger. If we set the Sephirite chunk, it will trigger. If we set... We don't have the recipes in here, right? No. So we can only do that with the chunks. Alright. What we could do is we could just check this lane and compare what's in there. And then depending on what we find, we set the recipe. That feels... There's no direct mapping we can do based upon what we find in there. Alright. But technically we could do it with 6 combinators. That feels a bit extreme. Can we do it with less? I mean, we can just read what's on this build. Read, hold the entire build. And then, depending on what's in there, we could expect this. If this is in there, then we could emit the chunk recipe. And we can do that for like all of the 6 different things we can feed into there. But that feels kind of stupid. But then again, we want to have a distinct output signal. So we kind of have to do it like that. Alright. Yeah, let's do it like this then. You go over there, there, and there. And then you go over there. And we do this. And then we just set these to their respective recipes, which will be, I'm just going to go in order. Technically, we can also wash the other ones. Yes, we can. Oh boy. This feels kind of bad, not gonna lie. But let's focus on the things we think we can wash. And I mean, we still have more space over there to put in different machines over there. But we're gonna be washing whatever we will be finding over here on the belt. Or read the ingredients. Outputs the ingredients required for the currently crafted recipe. Read the contents, including crafting. There we go. That will be a different wire, right? This is always a bit tricky if you do the set recipe at the same time as reading things like contents and stuff like that and include crafting. I think we can get away by doing something like this. But that might break. That might actually break. Because now we also read the ingredients over there. We emit signals over there. This could be fine. I think it's fine. I think it will be fine. Alright. But this will just tell what these machines need to do based upon what's on this belt. What they're still going to be over there is we're still going to be gating this belt, because we're only going to allow stuff onto this belt once this belt over there is empty. So basically we're going to have multiple states. The initial state is, this state is just open, so stuff can flow into here. Once stuff has flown into there, we're going to advance to the next state, where we are going to be waiting for this belt over here to be empty. It needs to be slightly different, doesn't it? There's definitely a bit of a brain teaser going on over here. But I think we're going in the correct way. Okay, let's have a look. Actually, you know what? Let's build it right over there. Batch flotation processing? Pretty much. Pretty much. That's what we want to do over there. Without the logic being too obnoxious. But let's start building it over here. But what we basically want to do is we want to make sure that we only start the next batch once the previous batch has been totally used up or totally been processed. So that we don't mix our batches. Because once we start mixing our batches, that's when things can technically go wrong. Is there? No, I'm in the way. You try to shove as much as you can? Yes. The only reason we're doing it like this right now is just we don't have the throughput for it yet. And I don't want to build like 6 different machines over here for the batch processing. Also, for some of the parts, like the stereotype for example, and the spherotype, actually for some of these in general, some of the crushed stuff we want to bring over here. So we turn that into the crushed ferrous stuff. Even though we could technically move this machine outwards and place it somewhere else. You might be actually correct about that. At the end of the day, it's probably just way easier and less stupid and more easier for us to do to just make a batch or like a line processor for each of these, because we're probably always going to be doing this. Because at the end of the day, we're always going to be using all of our ores. And that's pretty much true. Yeah, you know what? The more I think about it, the more stupid it gets. So we're not going to do it like this. Even though this is kind of cool, don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be kind of stupid. And it just makes way more sense to make this dedicated. Even though the entire idea of setting up something like this in a nice dynamic way is a lot of fun as well, it's really, really not required. Alright, let's just make one of these then. And that means we're going to be stacking these on top of each other. So 1, 2. Let's continue to stack. Now we have to be a little bit careful about the gas over there. But we're building past the gas. Perfect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then how about one on the bottom over there? 6. I see we copied over the part that still has these in there. And the wires in there. I made the worst copy paste ever. But it just saves us so much of a headache trying to figure out circuits and everything with this, if we just build like this. We can definitely combine the output pipes though. Even though there might be different liquids going along, we can just catch them all in the same pipe and use the filtered pumps at the end of it to filter out the liquids we kind of want to send off somewhere else. But this way around, we're going to have a pretty straightforward setup. And that setup is going to be like this. We're going to have a requester. Which we're just going to be setting up, say, over here somewhere. It's a lot of work, yes. But we just need to implement the things that we want to implement. Let's go for the stereotype first, because that was the thing we need first. This is going to be our exit lane. Let's maybe make this go in a bit easier by doing something like this, and by doing something like that, and then we go in like this and that. Oh, almost. But we don't need to implement them all right away. We just need to implement the ones that we need to do. Gaseous puffer, yes. In case we need it for whatever. You get this signal, you get that signal. Here we go. Why are you waiting? There's a signal missing over there. That's why you're waiting. Alright. Nah, we can't make the solos yet, that's fine. Let's just keep on going with this train track. There we go. The next one of these, I mean, the reason why we put you over there is so that we can get you in like this, which will mean the next one over this will be all the way over there. That's more than enough space. We could probably even nudge these together a bit more if we would really, really want to, but I think the distance over here is fine. And we do have the space over here to nudge this station up and down by one. Good, but yeah, the only thing we need to order in over here is going to be the stereotypes. That does kind of mean that we need to build all of the pipe to underground, so top to bottom. But we learned of the new trick. There we go. Not like that. That's kind of neat. Unless you turn to the right from the get-go. There you go. Good. How many power poles do we have? 4. Can we make some more? Yes, we can. Make some more. On top of that, we should probably also think about getting some more lamps in there, because we're out of lamps. We're basically out of everything. But let's just get some materials real quick. Yeah, a dynamic setup, it always kind of screams to me, like, just make a dynamic setup, but at the end of the day, we're probably just going to have 6 dynamic setups. That's going to be processing 6 different ores. Yeah, then we might as well just make a dedicated setup for each of these. Alright, what are we missing the most? I guess steel. No, actually, why can't we make lamps? Because we're out of wood, right? Yes, what the hell? Alright, fair enough. Why can't we make this? Because we are actually out of green circuits. Okay, we should pick up at least some circuits. We should also probably pick up some of these inserters and some of this yellow belt. I'll just clean out this belt real quick. There we go. Actually, let me also clean out this belt real quick. There we go. That should help us out. Make some train stations, make some signals, make some more signals. We're gonna need those as well. We're gonna need the power poles, which we have. We're gonna need some lamps over there. We got all the white belt that we need, but we're probably gonna need a couple of white undergrounds and some splitters as well. Make some more of those then. We got the inserters that we need. We need 1 power junction. Yeah, make 5 of these. That's probably going to be useful as well. No, we also got the naval mod installed. we got the cargo ship mod installed, because why not? And most importantly, we need to make these over there. And the only reason we can't make these is because we're lacking bricks. How much water do we have? Enough? Not that much. You never know. You know? I mean, we didn't really deal much with the rules generation settings to add more water to it. It's all still more or less in default. But when we were just adding mods, I was like, cargo ship mod in there? Yeah, sure, why not? Just throw it in there. And now that we got like elevated rail, the cargo ship mod will actually play excellent with bridges. I do remember that at some point in time the cargo ship mod had its own train bridge implemented a while ago, and that one was just bugging out the entire time. Yeah, make 10 of these. Alright, that should be enough pocket craft stuff that we need for now to just get going with it. So, let's get going with it. The good thing is, for the ore processing over here, we can just start ordering in the different kind of ore to start a different kind of processing. And the more I think about it, the more we should probably set up like an external system somewhere that makes the ferrous ore as well as the copper magnetic ore. Because once we start ordering in the chunks over here, like instead of using stereotypes over there for the crushed stuff, but the chunks, then this recipe over here, which we're currently not doing, will no longer work. But once we do the same for the stereotype over here, then this over here will stop working. So it would then make probably more sense if we just make one more train station over here and we just order in the stereotypes or the ferromagnet stuff directly, and then just sort it over there. There's also more advanced processing for the ferromagnetic stuff over there as well. We can make the crushed ferrous ore into ferrous powder, and then we can sort the powder, which will give us a little bit more nickel and a little bit more iron out of it, which is also a good idea at some point in time. Alright, the only thing I kind of forgot to pick up is belt. So at some point in time we have to go back for that. Maybe we've got enough. I don't think we've got enough for that. We are making some underground in my pocket at least, but I'm pretty sure we do not have enough of this belt at all. Also, pretty sure I did not bring any red inserters, and I hope I can make some in my pocket. I can. And actually, there we go. Now that we got some bulk inserters, we should go into bulk inserters, which does require more steel. Alright, let's go back real quick. I forgot shit. It's just over here, so it's not too far away at least. And with the car, it's just a bit of a trip. Are you still there? No, you're new. Is this station wrong? You only come in if there is less than 25,000 over there. You're gonna bring us 100,000. That should fit, right? Oh. The tank is smaller than expected. That's why it's just working. Alright. So, to fix this, we would need to add at least a couple more tanks to this whole thing. Steel, steel, steel. At least double the amount of tanks. Also, out of research. Pom, 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 pom. And then we need to reset military signs up, which we have not done yet. Try to let you save from the Google Docs. It only fails on BZ tin. Disable that. Just disable that. The tin module, the tin mod, not quite sure why that even got installed in the first place. Maybe it got pulled in because of something we pulled in at the beginning. Just disable it. You're not going to miss out on anything. We disabled it yesterday on the stream, and the only thing we lost was nothing. Nothing of value was lost, so don't worry about it. I think we just pulled it in because I think it was maybe like some kind of possible sub-dependency for, I think, one of the mods we're using. Here we go. I should also fix this issue, because now you can fully unload in there. That's part of the BZ mod chain, was it? But I don't think we've got BZ installed, right? But do we have it installed? I've got no clue. We spent some time and effort into setting up the mod list, and then we just kind of rolled with it afterwards. Alright, we got some bulk inserters. That is good. What was the thing we're missing? Bulk inserters, train parts. And let's have a look over here. We got these, we got those. What we do need is at least a couple of combinators again. Combinators are missing. Why are we missing combinators? Because we're mostly missing tin. Girlfriend and the mortar turret. The girlfriend mod, you need to get the one from the GitHub. Or just disable it, because I can also fully understand why you would probably want to disable it. Because it is kind of a bit of an obnoxious mod. And the mortar turret 132 gave you an error. Oh, really? Let's have a quick look at that. This one should not give you an error. We're also on 132. Oh, no, this one should be working. But yeah, definitely disable that tin one over there. Tin Legacy. It's not BZ Tin. I'm not quite sure what this one does. It is BZ Tin, yeah. You ran the Discord? Yep. Yeah, the girlfriend mod is missing. Modifications girlfriend strategy mode. I don't think that the strategy mode. Why is the strategy mode the turret interacting with the girlfriend mod? What the hell? That's not the case. The case where the girlfriend mod is not working is because there's some path over there missing. If you go to the mod portal, and let me just show you real quick. If you go to the mod portal, and you go to the GitHub, is that in here? Downloads, discussions. Is there a link to his GitHub in here? Where does download go? Nah, I don't want to look at it right now. You can't live without the girlfriend? That's probably the easiest solution, to be perfectly honest. But if you go through here, there's already like reports that won't start, yada yada yada, and it's already fixed. You just never updated it. there are some gold issues in here though. How to kill girlfriend and make her stay dead. I don't need that many toys. Can't be used in 2.0. Expanded platelet got Compilatron and disappointed. What is the touch grass? More problems? For the boat mod. Well, we haven't really updated our mod pack or the mods I've installed here in a while. It might just be easier if I just upload all the mods that I'm using as a zip somewhere. Because mobility and cargo ships, yeah, there was definitely an update over here which you've not updated yet, and no. Looking at the error you posted over there, and looking what they updated over here, I kind of have the feeling that something isn't quite right. Because either the tint is not working, or something else. Roughgut, did you get it to work? If you got it to work, then Rietta should also be able to get it to work. Butchery. If not, can't really promise if I take a look at it right after the stream, because I do need to be up early tomorrow and need to do some other stuff. But one step at a time. Alright. Pum. If not, what I could do real quick, and we can do that in the background real quick. Where is... There it is. the surefire way it will absolutely work all the time, every time. Where is it? There we go. Where's the mod directory? Zip that thing. Compress. Turn that into a zip. Yeah, the paperwork is more important, but I can just zip the mods I'm using together real quick. And then I'll just upload them as well. And then you can just use those. Then it will definitely work. Then there should be no complaints about it not working. Alright. Where were we? I got distracted. What the fuck? Why do I always keep getting distracted over here? We made some combination. You know what? If we already forgot what we were doing, I know what we were doing, but what we were trying to do, we're just going to go back over there, continue on building, and then we realize what we were missing. Alright, was it the radar we're missing? No, we've made that. Alright, put you in over there, put you in over there, put you in over there. Get these nice and cool bulk inserters now. Better than the original inserters. We get this one over there. Good. We put you over there. You get one over there. You get one over there. Power, we will be drawing from the main power system over there. Which is... Can we just move you over here by one? And then that looks a little bit nicer. Because at least over here, if we go with the curvature, these power poles still make sense than it being offset over there for a bit. Was it the undergrounds? No, we were not thinking about the undergrounds. Even though we do need to provide all of the underground pipes over here as well. It's ongoing, promise to get new errors now. Yeah, I'll just upload the mods I'm currently using in the state they are right now. And the Factorio base version has not been updated, so that should be fine. Let me just see if this is done yet. That seems to be done. It's 2 gigabytes. What the hell? What's in those mod files, man? Alright, let me just upload them somewhere where you can fetch them. Here we go. Drive. Let's hope we still got some space in there. Just drop. Yeah, I can't upload it right now. It it will not end well. An attempt was made. Alright, let's place you over there. Yeah, I will upload it after the stream onto the Discord, and then you can fetch it from over there. There's a big power pole over there. Can we connect? We can be over there. And we can probably move you over a little bit. There we go. Any more science we can do? Yes, these two. Go for it. Yeah, I guess the upload is just not aware that... I mean, the upload is not aware about anything, so I don't really got any kind of load balancing set up over here. Which also kind of means that if we start uploading, it'll just upload. There will be no mercy in that. Alright, let's put down the fast accumulators for there. Here we go. 2 of these will be enough. Actually, can we place these a little bit closer? but over there and over there. Alright, then at least you got the power that you need. Perfect. You're still missing the underground. There we go. That's in. These can all be yellow inserters because that will be the speed that we need them for. There we go, and there we go. I'm pretty sure that we need to pick up some more belts. Oi! Ah, that's still in there. Good. And then these things over there. Oi. All the way around. Good, good, good. And then you over there, you over there, and you over there. All the way around. You over there, upward at the top this time around will be the stirred chunks. And then we can use this later on as a template for the other things over there, so we can just overwrite that. But that will be fine. Technically, the station is already open, so practically, there might already be a train that wants to get over there. Ah, this is kinda... Well, let's do it like this, and then we do the same thing we did over there on the other side. Make this little loop. Well, not really a loop, but it's a little tail. Just so that things over here will be a little bit easier to use. You go over there, you go over there. Let's move you back a little bit more. There we go. That'll be fine. Fish refugium. Okay, now we're actually out of science for now. Until we set up military science again. But at least... Why can't we... Oh, because we still need to do silicon processing on its own. And then we can get into transistors, and then we can get to the chemical science. But that will be for later, because for now, we need to make sure that we can start doing the stereotype processing over there. Good. On the plus side, the water over here, we can just flush it down. Is that in the middle? No. One further down. That should be in the middle. Yeah, it's in the middle. Oi! Good. Which also means that we're gonna have a small purified water making machine all the way at the top. And there's a fuck ton of streams over there. So let's go get some grenades. Your stream crashed? Yeah, it was just too much upload. I mean, I got a decent upload going on, but... yeah. Without any kind of knowledge or content awareness of who is uploading what where, the upload will just take everything it can. Which might be a bit too much. Alright, we got a grenade making machine down here somewhere. There should still be some grenades in there. That's a little bit too much grenades, right? We're also still technically doing military science over here.
Charge it.
Yeah, but if we want to do military science, we should just build it from scratch. It'll be fine. Alright, alright, alright. At the moment, we don't need to worry too much about military science up to the point where we then suddenly need to worry about military science, and then we start worrying about military science. We want to make some more of these. For that, we do need some more bricks. Each one of these does make purified water at a rate of 100 per crafting speed. So at the crafting speed of 1.5, we're going to be making it at the rate of 150 purified water per second. We got a setup over here that requires 25 per second. We got 10 machines, so that's going to be 250 per second, but only at the crafting speed of 75%. So that's going to be 215 per second. Yep, maybe not quite. That's kind of off, isn't it? That is very. Let's just say 250 per second. So we have some space to grow into there. Alright. But that does mean that we're gonna need 2 water treatment plants per row, more or less. A little bit less. So we could probably go with like maybe 8 of these, maybe 10 of these. If we go for 10 of these, 10 of these might be a good number. But that's gonna be like a whole bunch of treated water we need to propose. So yeah, definitely, most likely 10 of these. 10 of these sounds like a good number. Then we're definitely on the safe side and we don't need to worry about that. We could also maybe try to do something with a little bit of water buffering, but if they're all running at the same time, then that buffer will be emptied out quite fast. So, yes. What are we missing for most of these? More steel and more green circuits. We still got some green circuits over here, so let me just consume these real quick. And then we go back to our new current main base. And we just grab some steel from over there. Wasn't quite sure where he was going. Ow. Alright, it's one of these. Let me guess. Bricks? Bricks. Both bricks. And back down we go. Let's see, if we come from a different angle, we can probably drive it a little bit deeper. Yeah, there's fine. Get some bricks over there. Put these in there. Get the other bricks in there. That's another 3 of these. Then we had 6. And then we need some more iron. We've got some iron plate over there. Got some iron plate over here. That's another 3. And then we need some more of these. And last but not least, a little bit more steel. Actually, a lot more steel, which we just can pick up from the other place again. And then we got 10 of these in total. Then we're going to pick up some iron pipe, and then we can set up the entire water setup for that. We do need to make an offshore pump. I'm pretty sure we can make an offshore pump with the materials we have in our pocket. And we're also going to need some water clarification units just to get rid of the saline water. Even though I do enjoy the saline water, we can make it, we can make good use of it later on. But for now, there's not really a good use for it, so we're just gonna recycle it. We've still got 4 water recyclers in there. Every water recycler over there. Does it say how much it does? We can look it up how much it does. If we go for Salinewasser, and we don't empty it. Used in, there we go. It consumes 80 per second. That is actually kind of slow. How much should we make per second? We make 30 per second. So it's just, yeah, 4 of these will be enough. 30 per second at cross speed 1.5. And then 300 in total. Yeah, 4 of these will be enough. And we got 4 in our pocket, so that'll be fine for the hydro plant over there. Good, good, good. While we're at it, offshore water pumps. Are they in here? Or where the fuck are they? Or are they over there? Usually they're next to the miners, but they're not over there. They must be over here, right? Ah, there they are. Yeah, make 2 of these. 2 of these should be more than enough. Offshore water pumps, and then let's load up with some pipes. That's a little bit too much pipe. Yeah, put one of these back. And then we can set up the waterworks we're gonna need over there for the ore washing. Park over there. There we go. One more row. And then one more row after this. Satisfactory 1.0 experimental? When do I have time for that, man? Could you just not have shut up about it? That's fine, it's fine. We'll find some time for that. I do want to get back into Satisfactory because it's been ages. You have all the time. You have to play by myself, but not to stream it the entire time. Maybe we do have to get to the daytime streaming. Do I want to get to the daytime streaming? I mean, there's nothing wrong with daytime streaming. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. This is 5. But at the same time, I do kind of value my me time. One of the highlights, weather. All right, I'm in. It's evening somewhere. Well, we can think about that later on. I mean, technically, we could just do some daytime streaming as well. I mean, I got the time for it at the moment. And the only thing that I occasionally need to do is maybe to, like, block a day to either go for an interview or go for checking out the place or something like that. New time? It's all our time. Entertain us. ATF Dave, entertain me right now. Go. It's give and take. Show some legs. Are you entertained now? What kind of legs are we talking about? Hairy men legs? Hell yeah! Skinny girl legs? Hell yeah! Of course! Hairy men legs. Perfect. Alright, Bum. No, wait, it's the other way around. There you go. We can't hold it like this, sadly, but we can do it like this. Oi! Good. You'll be over there. That purple is just off. There you go. You over there. This over there. You over there. Perfect. Let's maybe put on these real quick. There we go. All the purified water that we're going to be needing. Well, at least up to all the purified water that we're going to be needing. Did I build it? Yeah, I built it the same way around over there. Alright, and then on the top, you, and you. Up. Alright, offshore pumps. That goes to that. How much water do they need? 225 per pop. So that is, wait a minute, 225 per pop? Oh, that's 5 of them, so fast over there. Yeah, each one of these over there does require its own water pump over there. That'll be fine. That fellow would frustrate you? Oh, you mean our girlfriend over there? No, I mean, girlfriends are always frustrating. That's just the natural nature of them. At least she can make us a sandwich. Actually, she can't cook. The only thing she can give us is dildos. Fuck. Pain Train! Hello there!
For some reason, it lets me proclaim this every time I join.
You might have not noticed it yet, but every time you proclaim that again, it just adds like another Amazon Prime subscription to your account. You now already have like 10 Amazon Prime subscriptions. Just don't check your credit card. You're probably going to be like, I'm spending my money on what? Pain Train, thank you so much for coming over. And thank you so much again for the Prime sub. Can we get this over here, connect to someone nicely? No. And do it like this, and do it like that. Alright, the saline water, we are sadly going to have to vent for now. But the purified water, we can just send up over there. Let's see, that would be a connection. And that will be a connection. And that will be a connection. You're married with 2 kids? Of course I'm gonna go, what? When you look at your credit card. The good thing is, whenever you buy something that you might consider naughty, you can always blame one of your children. You're gonna be like, nah, he bought that. He bought the Super Megatron Collection 2.0. Not me. Why is it in your closet? Ah. You can get it to Christmas. Until you get 40, you just stop looking. Then it's just like money magically just disappearing. It's going to be like, hey, remember those? You own like $20 in your hand, and then suddenly those $20 are just gone. Nowhere to be found. Just evaporated. Overtime, yes, please. It kind of reminds me a bit of some of those Daimler managers I know I got to work with over some time ago. I mean, there were people working at Daimler that were just family men. Most of them are. But they would just be doing as much overtime as they could so that they don't have to be at home with their annoying children. They would always be working. Which sounds kind of rude and mean, but it can definitely be a thing. Alright. Oh, we have to build all of these pipe connectors by hand. Bum bum. Bum bum. We might as well also build these. Not do that. There we go. Let's ghost you in again. Family man. And then you got people like me. It's going to be like, what? I'm coming in late because somebody was sick. I don't know. Just pretend that you have a family so that you can also take into account like. I mean, they would probably never check, would they? What would actually happen if you lie to your co-workers about having a family, and your employer finds out, and you're just going to be like, yeah, I just made that all up because I wanted to get the better vacation days. And occasionally he would be calling in sick, like, I can't come in today. The little one is having a fever. They don't need to know. True. I mean, here in Germany, you can't just take a sick day because one of your children is sick, and you just need to be around. Save game running? Ah, perfect. How much should you have to kick out? I hope not too much. I will upload the mods I'm currently using, but it could just be that updates in the mods that are coming from the portal have been updated in a way that they just don't work again, or don't work anymore. So we need some lamps over here. It's kind of super duper dark. Let's put the lamps over there in the middle. And then can take a sick day for a kid in the US too, at least in your company. Yeah, I guess in good paying companies, it's probably going to be expected, but I don't think it's going to be expected in any kind of job. You get the children Kinder AU or something like that. Whatever the AU was again. Arbeitsunfähigkeitsbeschreibung wahrscheinlich. But I'm just kind of curious what would happen if you would actually just be like, yeah. If you would just be lying, you don't have any children. Well, I guess if you would be lying about not having children, and calling it a sick day, that would of course be absolute. What you call it again? That would just want to be good. But lying about having children just to basically get out of certain appointments. Like it's gonna be like, sorry, I can't come to the drinking meetup. I got some children to take care of. Oops. I guess that would be fine, right? I mean, you could also still claim when people start claiming holidays that you could be like, nah, I got my own family over there. So I would like to have vacation when when the other parents have that. You could speak of a dog. Very true. Very true. Unfortunately, taxes impede that to a certain degree. Oh shit, you might be correct about that. They show up on your tax report, don't they? Fuck. Mr. Bolt, we checked your tax account. Apparently you don't have any children. Damn it. Alright, fair enough. They shouldn't? Isn't that coming in via your Steuerklasse? I mean, via your Steuerklasse, you should be able to tell if somebody's married. And what kind of position they're in. Unless you're married, yes. Well, okay, I could of course have children without being married, which would probably be the more logical cause. If they ask, I used to be a rock and roll star. Or something like that. Somebody at some point in time came up to me and was like, you're my dad, and I just didn't disagree. It kind of reminds me a bit about a story I heard from a friend of mine. He knew like he had like another couple friend, like a friend that was a couple, and they were always like a couple for the longest of time. And then at some point, for tax reasons, they kind of just decided to just put in like a to fill in the paperwork for like a living agreement or something. What is it again? Not living agreement. It has a very specific word to it, like that they were basically a pair, more or less. So they could get some tax benefits out of it. And then a couple years later, they were like, all right, we've already been together for so long. How about we actually get married? And then they got married, and then they went again to like the bureau to put in the marriage forms. And then the person on the other side was like, yeah, that's fine, but you technically are already married because you already signed up this other paperwork. Eingetragene Lebenspartnerschaft. Yeah, that thing. Not quite sure. Legal partnership, probably, yes. And they were just like, yeah, you can't really get married because technically you are already married. And they were like, oh, really? Well, that saves a party. Alright, we almost got it all connected. I can already see some of the balls over there. Glad it worked out. Well, at least that's something positive, I guess. Alright, the water connection actually does not need to go further down, but the sulfuric wastewater or the wastewater connection in general does need to go further down. That was a miss. Alright, I think we're missing a pipe or two because there's some water missing down here. Alright. We're not missing a pipe. Somebody screwed around again. There we go. Alright. Bum bum bum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. We're gonna build the rest of them once we need them. But technically, ore washing over here is ready to go. You're still missing clean water. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Another act of sabotage. Alright. And then, I'm not quite sure what we're going to be doing with the geodes yet. That's something we're going to be figuring out later. What we can now start to figure out is where we're going to be putting down over here the train stations and stuff like that. I might just build them right on top of this. There's only going to be one downside to this. And that is that we do need a cross connection over here. And there's just too much junk in front of me again. Oops. Alright, pick up this blow-up doll. There you go. Literally a blow-up doll. Yeah, crystals can go into crystal slurry. We can also turn them into mineral slurry, actually. If we have the tech for it. I'm not quite sure if we actually do have the tech for it. Alright, let's see. This will be entry, entry, entry. Pass through. Pass through. And pass through. Because this is the depot where trains start off. We don't really have a mod command. We got a save file, which you can try to use to sync up against. There are some issues with that. So some people got it to work, but it's a bit tricky. I need to have a better way of sharing this. And even if you would get a mod list, it would just be like a whole bunch of lists. But you'll find everything you need in there. There is a tin mod in there, which will probably fail to load. Kick it out. The revamped tin, something like that. Tin Reborn. Something, Legacy Tin mod, I think it was called. And for the girlfriend mod, this thing over there, you need to get the one from GitHub. Because the one on the mod portal is broken. Or just the activator. If you just don't want to have a girlfriend in the game, I can fully understand that. Good. Alright, we need a passive provider. There we go. And let's align you with you. Somewhere over there for the stereotype chunks. Timberborn will be on Friday. I think I might have said something that I might put it on Tuesday. But Timberborn will be back on Friday. Wow. Rieta. You're never gonna guess which word was marked in that sentence. I'm gonna allow it, and then everybody can try to figure out which word in there was the word that was the bad no-no word. Wait. Does it say it over there somewhere? Damn it, it was load! I'm not even quite sure how that got flagged! Next to vibrators and sex toys. You know how it got flagged. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, put that thing over there. And this chunk over there. Good. Everything else was too obvious? Fuck. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, somebody blew the load apparently. Evil, naughty word. Shame on you. How dare you use such foul language over here? The best part about it, I mean, we got the Twitch Automat set to the lowest settings. I mean, running it completely blank, I think is not a very good idea, but at least have it at the lowest settings so you can at least filter out the very most crude stuff, if anything ever comes around. But the only thing that does is teach me words I've never heard before and phrases I've never heard before. I then check them up on Urban Dictionary, and I'm just learning from it. It's having the opposite effect. I'm getting more notified about things I could be using more and more. The one I still vibrantly remember was coal burners. Because coal burners is a thing that you use in Factorio. Because most mods, or some mods, have like a coal burner stage. Where you just start off with some kind of steam. I had to look that up in the Urban Dictionary, and I was kind of surprised that it's actually a term. And I was just like, what? Really? Who uses that? Oh, it's off by one, what the hell. Bolt's innocent mind is getting corrupted. Let's put it like this, I never really had any kind of reason to use any kind of slang, to be perfectly honest, because why would I even? If I don't like something, I'll tell something I don't like it, and that's fine. Barry, did you look it up? That's on you. That's not on me. Technically, I think we will never ever be going this way. But just for completeness sake, there we go. We are going to be able to go this way. We will... These will all be pickup stations, so we will never ever have to go straight to the depot from over there, so we don't need a path to go across. So we don't need to worry about that at all. Alright, let's build a station over there. We can also... do we have some more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. More of these, please. We technically don't really need these bulk inserters for the input over here, because we are already probably going to be fast enough with our white belt and our yellow inserters. But to load the train, we should definitely be using those bulk inserters. What the hell? Come on, stop it. Bulk inserters, because bulk inserters will be doing it just way faster. Alright, you over there, right over there, train station over there, you over there, and you over there. Good. We do need to do something with our crystals. Not doing anything at all with our crystals will not get us anything at all. We also have the same issue over here. We're just going to move this down by 1. Why we're not researching anything? There's currently nothing to research. We should probably set up military science again, so we can at least do some more military science. But at the moment, we only have red and green set up again. Unless there's the Tiberium science in there somewhere. There's still some things over here kind of locked. Technically, this is red and green, but we have not set up silicon processing yet. Now, we're currently just at the end of our current research tech table, and that is fine. Alright, but we get ourselves some geodes over there. We need a short-term solution to deal with the geodes. Of course, we could technically turn them into slurry and then just wash them away. I don't really want to do that. We could start storing them up, because we don't really get that many geodes. We get about, well, it's quite a bit actually. It's, what is that, like 20%? Something like that. Let's have another look in here. It's easier in here. So, yellow geodes, for example. Washing for geodes. Yeah, we can crush them into crystal dust and stone dust, or we can turn them into the slurry. I think I would rather turn them into the slurry. If we crush them into crystal dust, then the crystal dust, we can yet again turn that into slurry if we would want to. Alternatively, we can combine them up with some blazing puffer eggs and some crystal seed into small biter eggs. I don't think we want to do that right now. We can turn them into crystal seed, and we can turn them into crystal dust milling, which is not really a thing that we actually mill in. That is something that we then turn them into crystal powder, which we can then turn into crystal enhancer, crystal grindstone, and again crystal slurry. The crystal grindstone is something we don't really have yet. That is for crystal splinter processing, which requires alien plant life samples. That's probably not really the path we want to go to take. There's grinding over there, but grinding over there is opening up the... This is probably going to be the path we're going to take at some point in time, where we're going to be cutting them up, grinding them up, and then turning them into actual gemstones over there. The gemstones over there, we will then later on need for modules. We already know that. We've looked at this over there. So I guess the only alternative we have right now is to take our geodes and we turn them into slurry. So we douse them in acid. We get 30 crystal slurry out of that. And then the crystal slurry, we could either turn the crystal slurry over there into crystal seedling, or we can turn the crystal slurry over there into mineral sludge. And if we turn it into mineral sludge, which we can't do because that's a higher tier tech. Fuck. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna make a for fuck's sake infrastructure. Yes. So we can't do this processing yet because we can't do this kind of filtering. Also, I think unless... Oh, we can. That's the coal filter one. Never mind, I looked at the wrong recipe. We can do this. Which will give us, again, sulfuric wastewater out of it again. We just use the coal filter again, and we just then start crushing it. That is then by... We cook this, right? Yeah, we cook this. So, 2 options. Option number 1 is... we just make our own train station and just store them into there. Yeah, let's start with that. We could just make a secondary train station over here. I hope we have the space for that, actually. If we want to make something similar over there, you would be on this side. Yeah, that's more than enough space for a second train station. Let's just put them into a train station for now. And then we don't need to worry about them for a while at least. Passive provider station. There we go. Let's place you right over there. Oh, wait. Let's maybe get rid of these trees first. How late is it actually? 10. Oh, people was something? Sorry. I missed that. A hint for 300-hour Victoria player who always gets overwhelmed before I manage to get uranium processing and yellow science. Oh! Basically what Avari said. Just take it slow. Don't worry too much about getting overwhelmed, because things will only start to move if you make a move. If you are constantly running out of minerals or iron, stuff like that, then just slowly build another outpost. Put it on the train system and start moving it around. Don't worry too much. Basically, just don't worry about it. Unless you have Rampant on, then you have to worry about it. I guess what does make things easier, if you're playing with biters, that is to claim land as fast as possible. Because at the moment, we're kind of chilling. Mostly because we don't have Rampant installed anymore. But we're mostly chilling because these biters, they will only attack you if you are polluting them. And as long as we're not polluting them, they will not come. But these guys over there will most likely come. Yeah, manage your pollution like a little bit at least. But we got our walls over here secured. We got like automatic supply coming over to these train stations over there, which we might want to check at some point in time, because the automatic supply is being put together over there, and I'm pretty sure that this train over there is probably missing something very important over there. I don't think we have made ammo in quite some time. Actually, the more that I start thinking about it, it's probably about time that we maybe start making better supply over there. And maybe, even though it's going to be slow as fuck, maybe start thinking about doing a little bit of a robot mall over there. Efficiency modules are great for not being bothered by biters as much. Yes. But yeah, there's technically nothing that really pushes you around unless you let the biters push you around. But you can easily take care of the biters if you take out the nest early and you just focus on choke points. And once you got like a certain region under your control, where you can just build in solitude and without being bothered the entire time, you just can take your time. I mean, taking your time is probably the best thing I can say. Or send the biters peaceful, that will be the other option. I mean, I got my own personal playthrough. I play every now and then. I've been playing that playthrough thing, I think, for a year now, because every now and then I just boot it up and play it for a bit. And there's always something to do, because there's always either something being broken over there or something not being running optimal over there. The last time I played it, I finally got rid of the starter base because that thing was no longer required, and started setting up the quality lines and everything. That's part of why I also kind of enjoy Victoria, because it's not a real hectic game, unless of course you install all the mods that make it a hectic game. Alright, we don't technically need the output yet. What we do need is... How about we do it like this? Because then we can do it like this and that. I mean, there is definitely something to be said about map generation. Of course, you can set up map generation in a way that it will absolutely and ultimately obliterate you if you're not being careful. I am missing 2 pieces of belt. I'm frustrated. We could use 2 pieces of yellow belt. I'm just gonna fetch myself some new belt. Where's my car, actually? Where's my car? That's over there. I mean, if you're constantly running out of resources, just up those resource generation. If you want to go for the achievements, I'm not quite sure how much you can change the resource settings to still be eligible for achievements. Somebody will probably know. I usually keep it to the default settings because I'm very happy with the default settings. There we go. Get some of these. While we're here, let's pick up some iron real quick. There we go. Before you manage to get uranium processing in yellow signs. Let me think about vanilla real quick. I mean, yellow signs is flying robot frames, blue circuits, flying robot frames, blue circuits. What else is in there? What's the first thing that's in there? LDS, of course, LDS. Yeah, I guess at the beginning the LDS production is probably going to be kind of troublesome because it needs so much copper and a decent amount of steel, a little bit of plastic. Setting up like a nice big build for all those flying robot frames is also going to be a bit tricky. Best thing for that is usually direct insertion from your flying robot frame production into your science center because I think, or your science assembler, because I think they go 1 to 2 or 1 to 1 even. It's been a while. I have to look it up myself. Also, did we at least have enough stuff? Yeah, we have. There you go. Make a couple of these over there. We don't necessarily need the bulk inserters over there, but if we can make them, why not place them? Alright, let's get you going real quick. Good, ore washing is good to go. Well, it's not really good to go yet. We're missing one important step. And I'm actually kind of low on pipe to underground, which is kind of surprising, actually. Well, we did spend quite a bit over there. This process over there will yet again stop quite fast, because the sulfuric wastewater over there is not going down all the way over here yet. We want to connect the sulfuric wastewater to this place over there, and we might need the pump for that. We'll have to check that out in a second or two. Alright, let's upgrade these to these inserters. There we go. Let's also add a lamp or two. Let's keep that rolling for over there for a little bit. Oh, that was kind of stupid. I'll fix you on the way back. But let's pick up some pipe to underground, and maybe we need to build a pump. Well, probably just going to place a pump just to make sure that we are able to get all the way over there. That should be enough. Oh no, I hit my girlfriend with my car. How could that happen to me? Alright, we should definitely fix it because it's only going to be annoying if it's broken. There we go. Yeah, they already stopped working because I'm pretty sure the pipe is full. Pipe is full. Message you there. Thank you for the follow. There we go. You over there, you over there, and you over there. How you doing, mate? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think again. Well, don't worry about it too much. We do need to set up something specific over here. How many pumps do we have available? Alright, they're not powered up yet. That'll be fine. Because one of these will be set to sulfuric wastewater. One of them will be set to fluoric wastewater. And one of these will be set to nitric wastewater. I think that's all the wastewaters we get. Not what? Nah, waste. There we go. Chloric we also have. No, there's one more in there. So let's maybe just make one in the middle of here real quick. There we go. Pop, 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 pop. Does be really on the pump though. There you go. Waste. Natural wastewater. Good. Alright, but at the moment we only need to worry about over here is the sulfuric wastewater. Oh, what the hell? Could you stop doing that, please? Thank you. Let's see, sulfuric wastewater. That is something we can connect up all the way over there. That'll be fine. Wait, that'll be fine. Good. That will pump more of the sulfuric wastewater down into here. That seems to be going at a decent rate. I'm actually a little bit... Oh, because these tanks will fill up. That's fine. But that should not make it so that we can process the sulfuric wastewater and not really all of the other wastewaters yet, because the other wastewaters need different kinds of processing. Let's have a quick look at that real quick. Wastewater. Pum, 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 pum. So, fluoric wastewater. We are going to be using a similar approach for there to turn fluoric wastewater into fluoride ore, as well as mineralized water and purified water. Chloric wastewater for there will give us salt and saline water, both of them. Fair enough. And nitric wastewater will give us sodium nitrate and mineralized water. Alright. Oh! Thank you for the follow. Alright, but the most important part over there is white belt goes in over there with chunks and white belt goes out over there with chunks, so that we're now upgrading over here to the chunk process. Which does kind of mean that you over there, we're gonna have to swap you out. Is that Italic Viking's cousin? Wait, who? You over there. You're going to be set now to stereotype chunks. There we go. Oh, no, but it always said another Viking. Because at some point in time I put the follow notifications to an anonymous version. Because some people were having too much fun with it and just subscribing with random offending names. Which I was kind of surprised that it was still possible on Twitch. So I just took it out. You know how it is. I do like giving you guys nice toys, but if you start abusing them, then I'll just take them away. And also, not everybody wants to get like an on-screen shout-out when they click the follow button. I do see the names over there, and I'm very thankful for that. But you guys can stay anonymous if you want to. Alright, chunks will be coming in over here sooner or later. Probably more sooner than later, because this check over here is no longer checking for the crushed stuff, but it's now checking exclusively for the chunks. So let's hope that we can make use of these chunks over here ASAP. What we could do over here real quick is just set the filter real quick for this, so that we don't get a weird in-between contamination, and we just take it out once we get the chunks in there. Then, once the chunks are there, we're going to switch this guy over into chunk mode. Once we switch you over to chunk mode, then... What do we get? It's over here. Once we switch you over to chunk mode... we're going to get the silver ore and the tin ore, more tin ore, and also some of that F7. Let's have a quick peek at what that F7 stuff does, because I've got no clue about that, because that is coming from a different mod. That's this stuff over there. Chunk of charged material, most commonly named Fuelnium C or F7. This is raw and needs to be purified. Alright, so F7. We can throw that into a crusher with some water to get some crushed F7. We can throw that into a multifunctional tool head to get more out of it. Or we can turn that into UCA2, which I think is late game Yuoki stuff. Are you playing with Yuokis? Yes. I've got no clue about Yuokis. Never played with them before, but I think we now have to actually get into them. Crushed F7 is something that we use over there. We can turn that into compressed stuff, which also makes it more slack. If we combine it up with the N4, we can turn it into rich dust. We can just put it into impact ammo. We might just end up doing that. Just turn it into warfare. We can also turn it into a mixed solid fuel block, which does not necessarily have any kind of actual fuel value yet. Or we can turn that into an empty battery cell. Alright, what does the mixed powder or the rich dust go into? The rich dust goes into UCA2, but I think is synthetic universal composite quality A2. Yeah, this is just like an carry-all intermediate. Orange stuff. We can turn rich dust into orange stuff. Alright, graphite containment is also an option where we combine it with some coal dust. We can turn this into whatever the fuck you are. A magnetron. A cold heat storage block. A hot heat storage block. A hardic wall. Explosive ammo. I like that one. Maybe we just turn it into explosive ammo. Blaze mixture canister. Yuoki cannon shells. And regenerate FD Cat 32. There's a whole bunch in Yuoki I've got no clue about. There's definitely going to be a learning experience going on over here. What can we do with orange stuff? It kind of feels to me that the entire Yuoki stuff is gonna be its own little thing on the side. Where we do something. And I'm not quite sure what the end goal will be for that. The other thing that Yuoki is harder than Pi. Now, the only problem I currently have with Yuoki is it has a whole bunch of weird names in there, a whole bunch of things in there I've never really used before. I'm just not used to it. That's the only thing. Which means at some point in time, I just need to get my fingers dirty into it and just jump into it and just see where we end up. The biggest problem, of course, is at the moment, I'm not quite sure what we need to maybe build into like an outpost production, like where we bring stuff in with like a big train and just turn it from one thing to another, and what we can build more locally. And also what the end goal is of Yuoki. That's the other part. But we'll figure that out as we go. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But I think that ammo thing set up over there might be the better thing, because they do accept impact ammo. We might just turn it on to impact ammo. I'm pretty sure we can't go wrong with impact ammo. Oh, they accept 50 BMG rounds? I want some 50 BMG rounds. A machine gun turret of 50 BMG rounds. Yes! Alright, Yuoki stuff. Yeah, there's so much. T-Gun Brute Man. I think there's probably some fun weapons in here. We should try to make this at some point in time. But there's a whole bunch of things in here. Since we're not actively having to be confronted by this, I'm just still a little bit confused about everything over here. But things do seem to be made mostly out of copper, iron, F7, and N4. And N4 we're going to get naturally, because N4 is going to be part of... Wait a minute. There you go. If we're going to set up Sephirite processing over here, which you probably should also start doing at some point in time, then we're going to get some N4 out of it. But the one thing we kind of want to have more right now is going to be aluminum. We're doing the stereotypes to get access to silver and more tin ore. That's going to be very good. But we mostly need it for the aluminum. The alternative would have been to set up bobmonium, but we're kind of short on bobmonium. And as such, we're also kind of short on cupric stuff over there. Alternatively, oh, we don't have those yet, do we? Do we not have any chunk processing over here yet? Oh, we don't. Are they going differently? Does adamantite not go into chunks as well? Sorry, we have to check this real quick. No, they do go into chunks, but I guess we get them later. Where do we get these? Ah, blue tech. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can we see what we can get out of these? Yeah, adamantite will make things like chrome and fluorite. Antitate, which you're already doing, will do things like aluminum and nickel in addition to that. The progalena will will get us some silver, some zinc, and more lead. The orichalcite will get us some nickel and some zinc extra out of it. You will get some limestone and some lead out of it on top of what you're doing. You're doing fluorite and calcium sulfate. You over there do cobalt and chrome. You over there is nickel and manganese. And, oh, this one makes titanium already. Cool. And then we got some other specialized dusts over there. Which can be turned into tin silicon, lead calcium, magnesium, manganese, iron and nickel, and phosphate and copper. And then the more refined variants. Oh, this one might be cool. Static powder. How do we make static powder? Bobmonium. We don't have bobmonium. Does any one of these not require bobmonium? We got 4 of them. Wait, we got 5 of them. That's a bit odd to have 5 of them. Actually, we got... That's crushed stannic. That is also crushed stannic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a bit weird that we got like 5 extras of them, because one of them requires bobmonium, one of them requires rubite, one of them does not require anything at all. You require rubite, and I would kind of be expecting that we would see like a combination of one of these ores with 2 of the other ones. But maybe that is just not the case. Alright. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Don't worry too much about it. What we do need to worry about is that we're gonna need our silver, right? Because the stereotype processing over there is... No, that's making silver. We need to get some aluminum. That's gonna be the next one, which we could do with jivolite. Jivolite chunks makes fluoric wastewater, so maybe not jivolite. There is also the option to make ruthenium chunks. That makes chloric wastewater. I would prefer to use something that makes aluminum out of stuff that makes sulfuric wastewater, but apparently that's not going to be the case. Because you make fluoric... Okay, who makes sulfur? Sephirite, stereotyte, and bobmonium, but we don't have bobmonium. Bobmonium also does not make aluminum. So we are definitely going to have to deal with either one of the wastewaters over there. So either nitric wastewater or chloric wastewater or any of the others, which I don't think is too much of an issue. We are already kind of splitting off that water somewhere else. Let me also check this pipe over there real quick. That's the purified water pipe. That is the sulfuric wastewater pipe. I do kind of hope that we can do the mixed setup we're planning over here. We might need a stronger pump. No, the pump is strong enough. Because we kind of tried to filter off the other liquids all the way at the bottom over here. I'm not quite sure if this will actually work. I never tried it like this before. Usually I go for like dedicated pipelines. This is the first time that we're actually trying a mixed pipeline. But I'm kind of curious to see what will happen. So, either way, either one of these processes over there will be making... We got like 10 of these. So we're doing the process 5 times per second. And then we take 25% off because we're a little bit slower than that. But we're just going to ignore that. So either we're going to be making another 125 sulfuric wastewater or... Oh, this is a different number. Alright. Up to 250 fluoric. Up to 250 chloric. And up to 250 nitric. Alright. And either one of these can consume up to 150. So we would need 2 nitric wastewater washers, 2 chloric wastewater washers, and 2 fluoric wastewater washers. So that would be like another 6 water machines. We can make 1. Let's make some more. Oops. And I'm pretty sure we're missing... Yeah, we're missing bricks. Let's pick up some bricks. How did that just happen? She came out of nowhere. Alright. There we go. Yeah, some more bricks in there. And then let's also pick up some of the other bricks. We also got some more bricks in there. That will hopefully be enough of these kinds of bricks. Yeah, it should be enough. That is 4. Yeah, it should be enough. Let's also pick up like 400 of these. Let's pick up 200 of these and then stuff these into our prison pocket. Let's pick up 400 of these in addition to what we have. And then stuff these in our prison pocket. There we go. And then the only parts we're missing over there is going to be brown circuits, which we just walked past, but we can also get the brown circuits from the other assembly machine. And probably some steel. It's always steel. Also, if there's no signs running, then we might as well just pick up all this stuff over here and turn that into machines. It is missing steel. One moment, please. That's another 2. We need to make a total of 6. So that's 3, 4, 5, and then 1 more. 6. Alright, how are we doing for pipes? We're doing terrible for pipes. We are going to be making things like mineral wastewater and stuff like that. Not really mineral wastewater, but mineral water. We can just serve that up to drink or just put it into the bin like the other water we're doing. What are we going to do with the fluoric stuff though? Ooh, good question. Good question. Also, the tiberium over there is getting kind of out of hand. This is... We need to use more tiberium, man. We made this entire containment and it's just kind of going bloop all the way out of there. Mostly because there's a new node over there. There's a couple new nodes over there that are pushing out this tiberium everywhere. Oh. Does tiberium grow faster the more you pollute it? Maybe. Yeah, we need to consume more tiberium. It's kind of growing underneath us. That's not good. Alright, we're thinking of more wastewater. 6 machines in total. Maybe we place them over there. Because it's more or less the wastewater's coming in from over there. And we got the space for it. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 more over there. It is gonna be 3 different liquid inputs. Let's ghost you, let's ghost you. There we go, you over there. And let's put them at the top where the others are. There we go. I'm also slowly getting tired over here. I've probably been playing way too much Path of Exile the last couple of days. That's probably why I'm tired. But I already said it today. We're probably not going to be going much past midnight today. Because I do have to be up early tomorrow. Because I have to go to Berlin. And it's going to be a chilly, relaxed 6-hour train ride. Alright. Chloric, fluoric, nitric. Chloric? Fluoric? Nitric. They all do make purified water. And they all be making mineral water. The mineral water we're just gonna sink. The purified water we're gonna send back into a system. Can you turn the tiberium? Can you turn the tiberium ore into ore? Yes, we can. It does come with a hefty pollution price, but we can definitely. I mean, we can turn the tiberium already into coal. I'm not quite sure how far we are in with the research for that. I think we still need to do some research for that. But we can definitely make use of that tiberium ore in different ways. That's mostly where this deck is. Because over here we can turn it into thermal water. We can also start turning it over there into multi-phase oil, which might just be the better usage for it. We can also just turn it straight up into natural gas, and actually, if you kind of think about it, that's probably the better solution than fucking around with that oil we're doing right now, because if we just turn it to natural gas, then we have only one path we need to take care of, and not 2. There is definitely tech in the game that allows us to turn the tiberium ore into, for example, bobmonium. We need to make some tiberium substrate. Tiberium substrate is a way we can make from... Wait. Yeah, we can turn other ore into tiberium substrate. Wait, is that how that goes? One moment, please. No, that's how we make tiberium substrate. It's the other way around. There we go. Tiberium primed reactant can be turned into an ore, for example, and that is purple tech. So it's quite a bit away. Tiberium primed reactant is something we get from tiberium substrate and molten tiberium. So basically, we need to melt down a different ore to turn that into another ore. So we can use the tiberium as a catalyst to turn one thing into another. A German train, do you know there's a site to gamble with crypto on Deutsche Bahn train lateness? To be perfectly honest, I don't really care if the train is late. I got a direct connection in the first class seat. I will be chilling the entire way. And to be perfectly honest, I had the best experiences with the Deutsche Bahn because they were late. Because usually, I don't have the message yet, I have to check later, but usually I always book like the cheapest fixed train ride I can get. And most of the time, because something happens somewhere along the line, that makes me miss some kind of stupid connection somewhere. I get upgraded for free to the Take Any Train ticket. And once you have to Take Any Train ticket, it's basically going to be like, alright, I'm just going to have fun with this. There's an early attack? Really? Terbium into mixed ores. Coal, thermal water, coal again. Liquid tiberium, sulfuric. Yeah, and also I got like a direct connection, so even if they are gonna be late, I don't really care. A sonic grenade, alright. That's all of the data. Mixed ores, you say? You think there's an early attack? Oh, wait, you think that? Wait a minute. That means it could not be true. There is blue tiberium material processing over there. I mean, the icon over here does look like it's a mixed ore setup, but these are all just like fixed things. Like coal again, but I guess this is a more advanced coal version. We got the molten tiberium over there, which we can turn into thermal water, natural gas, multi-liquid ores, and then we get to the ores later on. I don't think that is a thing. There is a your playthrough, but it's other mods. Okay, I see. The usual. It works for my machine. Wait, what? Nah, it's fine, mate. It's fine. Alright. Oh, that's going to be slightly annoying. You'll be over there. You'll be over there. And you'll be over there. Good. But yeah, we will quickly need to set up the next set of ore washing over there. And what are we going to choose? What do we have the most of? Let's have a quick peek. Turn this off. I can't see shit. We're not going to do spheritite because that is something that does not make the aluminum we're looking for. I'm looking for the rubite. Rubite is over there. We got 1.8 million over there. We got another 3.6 million over there. And I think there's another 2.2 million over there. Alright. What other options do we have? Pum 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 pum. That's easier to see over here. We need aluminum. Givolite, Crotinium, and Rubite. Crotinium, on the other hand, we got 4 million over there and another million over there. Givolite is, I think, the one thing we have the least of. And we do have some spots over there, and Givolite is also going into here. I think the Crotinium would be the easiest, because we're not really using the Crotinium at the moment for anything at all. So we might as well use the Crotinium. Let's go for the Crotinium then. And what exactly do we get out of... What kind of wastewater do we get? That's where we get the chloric wastewater, which is basically Salinewasser. Yeah, let's go for the Crotinium. And then we can also immediately check if the water or the liquid splitting over here works just like that, because... I'm not quite sure if it's actually going to work or not. If it doesn't work, then we just need to make some splits in there. We can make some splits. We got enough space in there to make some splits. Also, we're missing some lamps. Alright, we got the machine half ready over there. Let's finish it off. I can't walk through there because there's a pipe in the way. we go. Take you, put you in there. We're gonna do you for Cruthenium chunks. There we go. Good. You're gonna be set up for Cruthenium. Here we go. Then we're gonna get our requesting station. There we go. It needs to be, one moment please, this height. Here we'll be fine. Cruthenium or dust crushed, please. Let's make sure that this connects. Connects perfectly. Can we pocket craft? Not that many bulk inserters, but we can get it going in a second or two. You over there. I'm out of signals as well. I'm out of everything. I'm also out of radars, apparently. But we can make a radar. Train station over there. Combinator over there. More random power poles over there. Oh, that was a horrible place to put that. Wait a minute. You over there and you over there. Let's connect the power to the top. Move you up by one. Here we go. That looks fine. Let's not connect it to the radar yet, because once we do, the train will come. Which actually doesn't really matter. Yeah. Where's car? Oh, did I walk over here? No. I did. But car's over there. Alright, we also need to set up ore sorting for Cruthenium, and we also need to adjust ore sorting. Oh, the car's over there. We also need to adjust ore sorting so that we can compensate for the new ores we're gonna get out of the stereotype chunks. But let's go grab ourselves some materials real quick. And maybe even check if the stereotype is already there and ready to go. Because if that's the case, then we need even more stuff. Alright, park you over there for a second. Stereotypes. Nah, it's not there yet. Mostly because we're kind of backed up by iron ore of all things, which is kind of surprising actually. We do have an issue at the moment. That is that we're not really consuming any of our ores over here, and that will kind of come bite us in the ass sooner or later. So I guess we do need to quickly set up military science so that we can at least keep science going over there for at least all the fun and explosive techs over there that we can do. So we're gonna get sidetracked real quick. Alright, let's go. One military science setup, please. Yeah, get some circuits real quick, make some assembly machines. Military science. We already did that before. We need to make 1 military science per second. That's the plan. So we're going to need 5 assembly machines over here making military science. That will be enough, which means we need to supply them with enough piercing rounds, grenades, and walls for that. Only downside at the moment over here is we actually do not have any stone coming in over here. Where is all of our stone currently going? Most of it is actually being processed over there into nothingness, into slurry, into ores over there, of which we do have a couple. Still not enough for a train shipment, but at least I'm kind of happy that we're making some over there. The ores over there, we would also still need to export. For that, we're probably going to have 2 train stations right over there. Let's hope we can get 2 in there. That's going to be kind of tight. At least can get 1 in there. And maybe the other one over there, for all I care. But it does mean we need some place where we can get brick from, or stone from, pure stone. Can we turn Tiberium into pure stone? I think we can only turn it actually into things like brick, right? Yes, fuck. So that's not gonna be an option. And I don't really think that we did we actually just de-stone ourselves by accident. That's kind of funny actually. We can get some stones from the geodes if we crush them up. But yeah, most of our stone has been turned over there into other ores. Okay. Yeah, we need to make a stone factory. That sounds so stupid. But the stone factory is going to be required. Because we then need to import the stone to make the walls. Unless we can make the walls in a different way. Actually, wait a minute. We can make walls straight out of Tiberium. Because we just need the bricks. We don't need the stone per se. We need the bricks. But the slurry over there, this is not pure Tiberium. It's the slurry. And the slurry is made out of stone. So, either way, we need some stone. Which does mean that we're going to need to make an assembly machine that will probably turn like one input belt of crushed stone. Probably two, because it's going to be a considerable markdown, isn't it? Or downgrade in this case. Where is stone? Is it 2 to 1? It is 2 to 1. Yeah, we can bring in 2 white belts and turn that into a white belt. We can bring in 4 white belts and turn it into 2 white belts. Or 1 yellow belt even. So that we always have some stone available for any kind of project. Stone is definitely something we're going to need a lot of in the future. Alright, we're going to make a brickery or a stonery. Where are we going to place that? It can probably be a bit offshoot, right? Maybe just over here. You know what? Let's make it right over there. I like over there. And let's maybe build a little bit further up, somewhere over there, so that we can make a better train station over there at some point in time. We're already kind of building ourselves in the corner over here. At some point in time, we're going to have to put a new mainland in there, and it's going to fuck us over entirely. But we are going to need to put down some stone. Let's put down one of you real quick, and we're going to assemble stone in you. If we can find the recipe again, there it is. You take in 3 crushed stone, and you make 1.5 normal stone, which means 2.5 of you. That's a sound we haven't heard in a while. Those are some big boys, alright? Oh, they're eating the bots overhead. This is still something I would love to do better somehow. Make it so that the bots maybe wait for a bit before they come over. I do like that they come over, try to fix stuff right away. But they're only flying into their death. Yeah, we might want to restart ammo production. That's also the reason why we kind of want to work on military science right away. Because it's about time that we start doing that. And also, these have definitely settled over there. This is definitely... Yeah, resettlement is definitely working. These are also new. Yeah, there. It's getting wild out there. Perfect. Move the robot back further. They are already kind of very far back. Yeah. I would rather have something like a signal or something like that, with a timer or something like that. Or some kind of option where we could do something like, hey, no. No, that's gone. Some kind of option where we could be like, hey, could you just wait for a bit? We have combat overhaul. Do we have combat overhaul? I'm not quite sure if we do have combat overhaul. Do we have combat overhaul? Rampant had some combat overhaul stuff in there. Well, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. We just need to resupply them if we need to. Either way, let's work on the stoneworks over here first. So, 5 of these will be able to consume a yellow belt of stone coming in. And we'll be turning the white belt. It's the other way around. I have it the other way around in my brain. Alright. So, yellow belt into white belt, or 2 white belts into a white belt. So, if we put down 3 of these... 6 of these. Yeah, 6 of these will be fine. And then another 6 on top. Is it available in the modding API? I don't think so. Because the moment you start kind of messing around with the bots when they react, it kind of can end up in a very, very messy state. So I don't really think it's even available anywhere. Alright, 12 machines. We got some track. We do need some more station materials. There we go. We also need everything we need to make some more of these bulk inserters. That's mostly green and bronze, right? There we go. And steel. The robot could check. Yeah, but if the robot checks, which robot checks? All of them? Like I said, it could get messy quite fast. So, yeah, we just have to live with it. What we need to do is just to kill them faster and harder. That's what we need to do. Maybe start putting in some long-range artillery in there. Not really super long-range, more the close-range artillery. So we can bomb them before they attack the walls. That would probably already make it better. Alright. I really enjoyed the mod called Closest First, which dramatically adjusts personal robot range based on active jobs surrounding the player, but it hasn't been updated in quite some time. Is it even updated for 2.0? Because there have been a whole bunch of bot behavior changes in 2.0. Alright, build. Let's pick up some more build as well. And some power pole stuff. Hey, all of these. It was abandoned well before 2.0. Yeah, probably for the exact reason what I'm thinking about. Because the entire bot behavior is very much internal code. I don't think you can even adjust that quite a bit from the outside. So, yeah, it's probably for a good reason it got abandoned. Alright, I think we got enough stuff for now. Turning bricks or stone chunks into actual stone. And we're going to build that somewhere over there. What? Wait. Is the Tiberium damaging the building? Or did the girlfriend run into it? If that's the case, then we... Oh boy. Then we got a bit of an issue on our hands over there. Tiberium do build and damage buildings? Really? Oh, fuck. Next mod for removal? No, I love the Tiberium mod. The Tiberium mod is kind of fun, actually. It just means we need to process more Tiberium. Alright, new priority 1 job. Process more Tiberium. Just to get rid of it. What can we do with it right away? We can turn green Tiberium with some water into some Tiberium slurry. And Tiberium slurry we can always turn into coal. That's already a good thing to do. We can also turn Tiberium slurry into molten Tiberium. And some Tiberium sludge. Oh, then we get sludge for free. Ooh. Silos are needed. Yeah. Void the slurry. I don't want to void it. That feels cheap. We're only voiding stuff if we really can't do anything useful with it, or if we don't really mind losing anything. Like, for example, voiding things like oxygen or nitrogen or water, because it's basically a free resource. So if it's free, we can void it. And one can argue that Tiberium is free. Very much. There we go. Was it awfully stuff in your face? Oh, yeah, I'm hiding behind my microphone again, aren't I? Alright. It's also all the way over here. Oh, fuck. Alright. And it's gonna hurt the entire time doing so. Alright, step number 1. Empty that belt. Make a buffer. Maybe not over here. Make the buffer over here somewhere. Ow. He meant the hairy thing. Oh. There's enough paint in there. I mean, I did have it trimmed the other day. Because I was using it, I had to get some past photos done. So, it needed to be trimmed. Which I do need for tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be going to Berlin. To renew that passport of mine. How much is in the air? Can we actually mine this? No. Hot. Oh, it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. I didn't realize I had some in my pocket. Oh. It's fine. It's only 4 degrees burnt. Alright. Let's also set up the automation of a couple of those miners. We already have the automation for that going on over there, but I think we just need to feed you with some more materials. What do you mostly need? You mostly need steel. Half my steel. Half my other steel. There we go. Alright, because we're gonna make wide area mines all the way on the outside. And I kind of want to just empty out these belts so that we can restructure this entire thing. Are we picking up Tiberium by picking up these miners? That's kind of surprising. I guess we do pick up their internal buffer. Alright, let's clean this up real quick. Oh, you can't mine that by hand? What the hell? Here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright, how fast does it go? 0.75 per second. Yellow build? White build? Can we destroy a couple of those nodes? Those nodes, I think are indestructible, right? What happens if we grenade one of these? Nope. The only way to destroy them is to mine them out. And they got a lot of minerals underneath them. Alright, 0.75. So we can put a total of 10 of them in a row. Actually, no, we can put 5 of them in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inventory full. Make some space. There we go. And then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be the other part. The good thing is we can use the inside of this entire thing over here to move stuff around. I'm just going to pick up these power poles real quick. You're only connecting all of that. That's fine. Oh. And apparently that doesn't really matter too much right now. Alright, let's wait for health to recover real quick. I'm just going to pick you up so I have a peek underneath you. Okay, there's nothing underneath you. I guess we do need to move you. I'm just going to delete you. No, we can't pick you up right now. Put those in there. Okay, it's not too bad. I think I got some Tiberium in my pocket. I do not. It fell to the ground. Nice. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit. It's stuff over there already. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute, we have to count from these over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will also tell us the total amount of belts we need to compensate for. There we go. 1, 2. Hot, 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 hot. And I think the easiest way to solve this for now is just to make a big buffer where we put in the Tiberium first. We need some silos. Silos are definitely required. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yes, Tiberium over there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Another belt. Alright. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of hard to see where it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four. That's number 5 for there. Perfect. Good. Just pull it out. Alright, let's go. Let's go straight to the middle. Ah, hot. We could build some silos straight in the middle of this thing. You go there. Gonna place an extra mine over there just to make sure that we get that corner done. You can also see where the wall used to be. This thing got huge. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, Hoofnix! Hey there! Thank you for the raid! Sorry, I'm really, really busy right now. 1, 2, 3. We got a bit of a Tiberium contamination problem over here because we kind of just learned that Tiberium will damage our buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, starting from over there. So we need to make sure that we can process and move all this Tiberium around before it just kind of escalates. But Hoofnix, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the lovely raid. Guys, we just got raided by Hoofnix. If you don't know who he is, he's amazing. He's been doing a lot of Factorio. I think you've also been doing a good amount of Minecraft at some point in time. It's been a while since I checked out. Sorry about that. But nevertheless, guys, be sure to check out Hoofnix yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then we go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's another belt we need to process. And then let's hope that we can finish this off with one more go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. The extra part is gonna fuck us over, so we're gonna actually make an extra part over there. Alright, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I guess we can go to the middle. Actually, the more I think about it, the more it probably does make sense to just make the central storehouse for the Tiberium in the middle of the Tiberium. You know what? Let's actually do that. So we just send all the Tiberium to the middle, and then we just pull out from the middle. But let's get ourselves some warehouses real quick. We got some warehouses automated over there somewhere. We used to have some warehouses automated over there, but the chest is probably full of them. Well, not really full of them, but full enough of them. Oh, damages building, but not belts and storage? Ah. You are actually correct about that. Why did that building over there get damaged, but belts does not get damaged? And I guess storage. I guess we can't risk it then. I mean, belts should definitely be fine, because we've never seen a belt get damaged by Tiberium before, you know? But yeah, let's maybe play it safe then. Let's put the storage over here then. You make a good point. So belts will definitely be fine. We can definitely pull then belts through the middle over there if we would need to. So we got one belt over there. We got another belt over there. Let's just start putting them together. We got another belt over there. There's one more belt over there. Out of underground. Might be serious dangerous. It's most likely just using dangerous or the code from dangerous on the bottom side. Alright, this belt and that belt over there, and then this one extra belt. But that does mean that we can at least do this. Need more on the round. That's 6 belts coming in, plus that one over there, which we need to figure out. Alright. Green. Green? Green? I'm not taking any risks. We're gonna be storing as much as we can. Wait, you mean the Command and Conquer resource? Oh yes! We found a mod for that. When we started this playthrough, we just kind of started adding random mods to this as much as we could. Like, it was really just like, whatever we can find, just put it in. So we did. And one of those mods was the Command and Conquer Tiberium mod. And we also, at some point in time, we also get these fun little power plants. Look at these! I'm not quite sure how much. Oh, it makes 200 megawatts of power, and it also gets quality over there. And it's efficient as fuck. Oh, when do we get these? Production science. I'm looking forward to them. You know what else will we get, Similar Silk? The best thing ever. The Obelisk of Light. The Obelisk of Light is also a thing you can build in here. Not quite sure how good it will be. We have not built it yet because it is, where is that? It's also in chemical science. We also get the Great Advanced Guard Tower. Was it really that good? I mean, I remember the original guard tower, which was basically a machine gun tower, which is completely fucked over your infantry, but tanks would just drive through it. I think I've never built these before. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. There's also this thing in there. This picture over there looked way more impressive than that picture over there, but maybe something happens once we actually get to it. But there's a whole bunch of fun stuff in here. You can also cultivate the... Oh, there's a... Okay, that's this diagram over there. You can also cultivate the entire stuff over there. There's also the sonic repulsor field to fence off... Okay, that's probably to fence off Tiberium, stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of fun stuff in there. But for now, the only way we can deal with the Tiberium over there is to mine it and to use it. So let's start mining it and using it as much as we can. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 belts out of there. Technically 6. Ow, 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 ow. Put that over there. Hold on, please. Let me just build this real quick. Don't go underneath that thing. Who knows what's underneath that tree? Don't go underneath the tree. You don't know where the tree has been. Alright, technically we would need a 6-to-6 balancer. Practically, we don't need that. We can do this with 3 balancers. One over there. Is that a tree in the way? Yes. One over there and one over there maybe. Because what we just need to do is to combine you with you. And then any one of these over there. This is a bit of a mess. We made this. We made this an awful mess. Let's just make this a bit more clean. Let's start over there with you. This will be a whole bunch of undergrounds though. Oh boy. Can we make those? Yes. Still kind of annoyed that we are still doing so much pocket crafting. I do hope that we have all the space we need for that. Because technically you go into there, you go over there, and then you do this. And then you go back up. We do the same over here from the bottom. make some distance. Then the next one comes, which will be coming in from, say, over there, doing this, doing that. And then you go across like that. And then we got the third one coming in. There you go. And then you do this. Which means we have 3 inputs over there. One over there. One over there. And one over there. I'll just already put you ow, 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 ow into there. Same thing over there, where we then have a belt coming in over there, doing this. Going all the way over there. You go in over there like that. Doing that. And that's going to be our 6-to-6 somewhat balancer. It's not really going to be a perfect balancer, but it's going to be a somewhat balancer. I think the term somewhat balancer is probably the best term for it. Which also means that you over there, you go over there, you go over there, and you go over there. You are quite a bit along. Ow, 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 go over there. You go over there. Alright, that should be fine. Alright, then we need to power this up. There we go. Alright. Now to power up all these miners, so that we no longer have to worry about the Tiberium over there taking control of everything. We got enough power pulse. Is it the starter vehicle in vehicle form? The starter building. Oh, you mean the construction yard? I haven't taken that much of a look at it. We can take another look at it in a second. After I power up these miners over here real quick. We also have to be careful. We should... actually, no, we can connect to... No, we should not connect to this one. This should be its own little power grid. We got another mod installed. That makes it so that we need to take good care of our power grid in terms of splitting it up. Because power poles can only hold a certain amount of power. There we go. There we go. Alright, go around, and around we go. Hot, 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 hot. Huh? How did that end up with extra belts? Huh? 3 belts over there. 1, 2, 3. We got an extra belt. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. We also need to deal with the blue Tiberium that will be coming down this road over here sooner or later. Oh, where did we put you? We got a yellow underground available. We need to pick up only some iron for that. Technically, we could sort out the blue Tiberium over here at the end. So you might be thinking you didn't play Tiberium Wars, but you played the other, including Generals. Let's have a good look at that. I mean, we saw that... You mean this one over there, but it was just the basic tank from Factorio. Oh, where is it? This one over there. Now, this is the Mammoth Armored Reclaimment Vehicle. A slow, heavily armored vehicle can destroy fields of Tiberium ore by just driving over them. That sounds kind of stupid. I was kind of... I mean, it looks like this in the picture. That's a big fucking tank. I guess that's also a big fucking tank. But no, it's not the Mobile Construction Vehicle, the MCV. It's the Harvester? Is it the Harvester? I mean, having some of those harvesters around will be fun as well. Do we still got some iron plate around here somewhere? Yes, over there. Just so that we can make... What do we want to make again? The yellow underground. One. Also, house power. Okay, we still have a little bit, but we should hook this up back ASAP, because we are also probably gonna be running out of power ASAP. If we do... We could split it. And then make another yellow underground. This is probably... this is because we built it so freaking fast. Am I out of belt as well? Oh, what the hell? What the hell? We can pick up some of this belt. Probably still going to be fine for a bit of power, but we need to reactivate our power plant over there ASAP. Because once we run out of power, we got other issues. Where's the belt bin? The belt bin is all the way down over here. This is all the old base, where we kind of don't really want to be over here anymore. Oh, we picked up the belt maker. Alright, pick up the iron. We're pocket crafting. We don't need that much belt, just a bit. Pom 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 pom. You go that way, you go this way. One of these will be enough, because the other one is over there. Alright, that's the input over there. Done. Power, power, power. Move this over. We're also going to be filtering out all the way over here the blue Tiberium. Oh, Tiberium. Tiberium blue. Is that not in here? Excuse me? Of course it's over there. The intermediates. Oh shit, wrong button. Intermediates, Tiberium blue. There it is. I guess technically it can be an intermediate. Alright. And then we need to start pulling out the Tiberium again. That also needs to be done ASAP. Alright, our power plant is still kind of chugging along for like a little bit. Where do we park the car? The car's over there. Yeah, the main thing we want to do right now is to contain that Tiberium field, because apparently when it grows underneath some of our buildings, it will start damaging them. There are some other Tiberium fields all the way out there that are not contained, and they are growing like weeds out there. Also, where is our significant annoying other? I can show you on the map in a second how bad it is out there somewhere. Park it over there for a second. Alright, what do we actually need? We need everything we need to make some more of these bulk inserter, which is mostly steel. Probably also some of this. There we go. Ah, thank you for the follow, mate! Alright, 6 of these. Now we want more. Yeah, give me more steel. 18 of these should probably be fine. The belt we have is good, but let's pick up some belt from our belt machine. Belt machine is over there. That'll be good. Some of the Tiberium research can go into our deep pocket. We don't need this right now. These alien giblets can go over there as well. Yeah, like there's a Tiberium field over there. That's just growing completely out of control. There is a Tiberium field over there, which we kind of want to get under control as soon as possible, because there's Bobmonium over there. And Bobmonium is the one thing we no longer have inside of our region. There's also one over there. That's the part over there as well. I'm not quite sure if this is actually a feature, or if this is just by chance, but it does seem that once it infects like another mineral field, it will just grow into that mineral field at an accelerated rate. This one over there has eaten so many mineral fields. And I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with that once we are capable of dealing with that. But we'll have to see that once we are down over there. Alright, but we should now have all the inserters that we need to get our power plant up and running again. ASAP. And if our power plant is not running to our expectations, we do got some pocket power we can throw in there by hand to make it work again. What happens to the spawners and the bugs? We installed a whole bunch of weird mods that adjust the spawners. We got Bob's enemies in here. We had Rampant in there as well for a bit, but we had to take it out because Rampant was just taking too much time to pay attention to. And it was completely wrecking us the entire time. So we had to take it out at some point in time. I do want to do a dedicated Rampant run at some point in time, but that will come at a later date. Alright, and then double output over there. We're gonna filter you as well for green tiberium, because that goes to the power. Let's just do this one real quick, and then we're gonna connect you. Actually, this could be yellow belt. Hot, 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 hot. Because you technically need to go back in where you were. This no longer exists. Hot, 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 hot. That no longer exists. Oh, there was a beer in there? Ooh. Just a quick and easy solution right now, just to get the power plant going again. Alright, let's get the tiberium in from the other side. Nobody this thing, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also on a yellow belt. Go all the way around. Alright. Yeah, power plant is maybe running at 50% capacity right now, but it should be good enough. We do have a bit of a heat buffer, which we can use, so we don't need to worry about that too much. The most important part is that we get the corners over here under control, so that we no longer are bleeding out tiberium over there. And with a big buffer like this, even though some of these miners will start to complain about not having any tiberium underneath them anymore, that is fine. I think the overall amount that we have now going around should be fine. Command & Conquer, Tiberium War looking strange today. If this was the actual Command & Conquer game, it would be so much better. Like the fourth one. Because all the way up to before Red Alert 3, the series was great. Then Red Alert 3 happened, which was kind of shit, and nobody really wants to talk about Command & Conquer 4. Because that was even worse. That no longer is a thing. Alright, but the power plant at least is working again. Now let's hope that we can at least keep this under control now. There's a dude over there. Good, 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 good. Alright, alright. We did have to pick up one of these buildings over there, but I think it's fine. I don't think we need all of those. We got completely sidetracked because of that. Did we? Ah. I see. I see where we left it off. Alright, alright, alright. And if we do run out of Tiberium, we can always put down some more miners in the middle if we would really need some more of it going. Oh, you're stuck over there. That's where you are. How do you get stuck over there? Well, be over there, I guess. I guess you also tried to cross the train tracks over here a couple times. Ah, shit, she got out. Fuck! She grew her brain cell while we were here. Oh. Well then, off we go then. Alright, you park over there. Let's just do... we don't have those. We have these. Get that Cretinium in there, so that we can start washing that over there. We don't have the output stations yet, but I think before we start working on those output stations, we were wanting to start a project over there, but then we got distracted by some alerts. And that is to get a stone process up and running. Alternatively, we could also maybe start thinking about just using some more of this Tiberium for other needs and deeds. Especially that molten Tiberium setup, so that we can maybe make some stone for free out of this. I do like seeing how many miners over there are now complaining about being empty. So that is good at least. And actually, I don't really think we're going to have much of an issue at the moment with blue Tiberium coming in at the corner. Yeah, I think this will be fine for a bit. But we do need to check these levels over there every now and then. But we got like 28,000 storage over there in total, so that'll be fine. Alright, power is not fully operational yet. Are you not getting enough? Ah, you're not getting enough. What are you even feeding over there? You are feeding the science process and this process. Can we just, like, prioritize power first? Because this process is not that important anymore. And technically, no longer is this over there either. So make sure that we're feeding power in first. So that the power plant over here can be running at full speed whenever we need to. And at the moment, power is a little bit all over the place, but it should be fine. This over here will go back into its natural order of all the boilers running once we are probably going through a couple of cycles. It will probably need to stabilize for a bit. But that should be fine. That should be fine. What we could do, we could wire up all these miners. I think we can do that, right, wait a minute. It's been a while. You can definitely wire up a miner and read out information out of them. There we go. Yeah, we could technically check the total amount of resources that are still left underneath all of these miners. It's something you rarely really do. There's maybe a good use case for it, but I have none that come to mind. But you can wire them all up, and then we can get like an accurate number of how much is still underneath these miners. And then we can also track if that number is going up or if that number is going down. Usually, of course, for every kind of miner, that number will only be going down, because resources are limited, but since Tiberium can grow, we might be able to see a number go up or down, or maybe even start to fluctuate. Okay, the number is a little bit too high to check out over there on the power pole. But if we put in a combinator, we can read it a little bit more accurately. Let's get over there real quick. Also, it's getting kind of late. Usually we stream for longer, but since I have to be up early tomorrow, and I still need to do some preparation for that, because I have to go to Berlin tomorrow, we will probably be calling it fairly soon. Oh, wait, not into the power pole. There you go. Here we go. It's kind of surprising to see how fast the number goes down sometimes. It goes down in batches of 100 at points. But there's like another 30,000 Tiberium available underneath our feet right now. If we do need to mine out more from the core, I think I would just put down some core miners. And then we would make it so that we will only accept Tiberium from the core if the buffer over there is underneath a certain level. We could bring it in right over there, because this is currently what we're using. And then we just have like a setup like right in the middle over there, because the middle over there will be rich. Or maybe even where every node is over there, because these nodes hold a lot of ore. And then try to get it under control that way. Just kind of want to watch this for a second. Yeah, it's just going down. Oh wait, no, it goes up. Every now and then it goes up. 276, 278. Something grew over there. 276 again. 275, 274, 273, 2, 1. 27, 269, 268. Not quite sure what the actual speed of growth is. But it's kind of neat that we can now occasionally observe it going up in here. But yeah, it should be fine for now. Arithmetic Combinator mod 1000 to read it off a pole. Oh, yeah, we could also do that. But we can just click on the combinator. I was actually kind of thinking of, can we really make those? Oh, we can make them. There we go. Display panel. Show in alt mode. Does it work like this? But we don't get the number, right? I want the number there as well. Can we get the number over here as well? That's what we want? I thought for sure you could put a number in there as well. Or am I misremembering that? Show the just an icon on the first line text of the map in charge. Oh, we can at least click on it and then we can see it. But it loses a bit of accuracy. But I guess that might be fine. Yeah, let's try it like that. Maybe I thought for sure that we can make the number appear in there as well, but I might be wrong. Actually, maybe is it like no, like this? This is also important. Nah. Alright. But I think it's about time that we call it. Because, like I said, I still need to print out some documents and still need to pack my bag for tomorrow. Not that I really need much, because it's one trip to Berlin, one overnight stay, and one trip back from Berlin. So I don't even need really to prepare a big set of replacement clothes. Just a spare pair of underpants and a spare pair of socks, and that will be fine. That's the only thing I need to go to Berlin. I'm packing underpants and socks. Well, probably a backup shirt just in case something stupid happens. All right. Good. That will be it for today. Thank you so much for that. I'll be back. Definitely on Friday. Maybe on Thursday. It kind of depends on when I get back on Thursday. Technically, I looked at my calendar. I should be back at 5 p.m. But at the same time, I might just be exhausted from the entire trip because I also have to get up quite early in the morning to get to the Dutch consulate to get my paperwork done over there. But nevertheless, that will be it for today. Friday, we're going to continue our lovely game of Timberborn. I'm already looking forward to it because I kind of want to play more of that. We're probably going to be putting in a second stream of Timberborn next week because we got some extra time. And I might have to think about a little bit of daytime streaming, or maybe switching up the schedule a little bit more than we would be usually be doing it, because I got so much free time on my hand at the moment that I need to do something except of playing Path of Exile, of course, the entire day. But we'll figure that one out soon. All right. And how late do you stay up on Wednesday? I actually don't know. It could just be that I just go to the hotel, get myself something to eat, enjoy the Berlin nightlife, take all the drugs, and then miss my appointment. Who knows? Thank you everybody who left the follow. Hoofnix, thank you yet again for the lovely raid. More follows. Pain Train, thank you so much for the resub. Even more follows. Zach2G, thank you so much for the gift of the community sub. And Shake Your Booty, that was yesterday. Thank you yet again for the lovely raid yesterday. Last objective for today. Who are we going to raid today? Also, I still need to do my daily in Arknight and my daily in Uma. We could just do it quick and dirty and raid CD. Let's raid CD. Alright, thank you so much for that. I'll be back on Friday, like I said. Everybody, have a good night. See you around and have fun with CD. Good night!